Good morning, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order of Commissioners Court, and at this time I would ask all of you to please rise as we will have the invocation delivered by Pastor Darren Stoke, Cowboy Fellowship, San Patricio County. Welcome, Pastor. Please remain standing after the invocation as we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and the Texas flag.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just welcome you into this place today. Your word says that righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. And I pray, God, that righteousness, justice, and truth would be what prevails within these walls today and every day. I ask you, Lord, to give wisdom to every person here that serves and leads, that we as citizens would be able to lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. And I also ask you to strengthen, refresh, and encourage every person that's represented here. Watch over them, protect them, as well as their families. And Lord, finally, I just ask you to lead and guide the deliberations today and every day that they gather. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen. Commissioner, would you lead us? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. At this time, Madam Clerk, the date is July 10th, 2019. We are here at the Nueces County Courthouse, 3rd floor, 901 Leopard, and I do certify that a quorum is present. And I'll ask for a safety briefing at this time from our risk manager, Timothy Everest.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Ma'am. We're meeting in the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard Street. Restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor atrium as you exit Commissioners Courts past the information technology. A fire extinguisher is located in the rear of the courtroom. In addition, there are 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the 3rd floor atrium area immediately outside the courtroom. An AED is located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom between Human Resources and Information Technology. Participants responsible for dialing 911 will be Tyner and Edward. Participants who are certified in CPR will be Margaret Mead. In the case of evacuation, egress route will be down the atrium stairs immediately outside the courtroom. Proceed out the double doors located on the Lipan side of the courthouse and muster across the street in the parking lot. In case the need to shelter in place, we will remain in the building and await further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Shared safety topics for this week are driver awareness for county employees. That concludes the safety brief.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will approve the following minutes. I believe we have them for the Commissioners Court dating June 19th, 2019, and I'll entertain a motion at this time. I've got a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Those minutes are approved. Tyner, we have some wonderful resolutions and proclamations this morning, and let's start off with United Way's 2019 campaign kickoff, if they're here this morning.
Oh, there you go.
Yes,
Right
they
behind me.
are. Welcome.
I'll go ahead and read, Judge.
Please do.
Whereas the United Way of the Coastal Bend improves lives by mobilizing the caring power of community throughout B, Brooks, Duval, Jim Wells, Live Oak, Kennedy, Clayburgh, Nueces, Refugio, and San Patricio counties, whereas its purpose is to advance the common good and create better opportunities for all citizens, focusing on education, financial stability, and health through fundraising and investments in programs addressing the needs of our community. Whereas the United Way of the Coastal Bend ensures that 100% of the funds generated annually remain local, and in 2018, Nueces County employees successfully contributed $2,193 in pledges and gifts. Whereas these dollars are invested in critical needs to change the Coastal Bend for good. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas does hereby recognize the kickoff of the 2019 United Way of the Coastal Bend fundraising campaign, and hereby encourages citizens and county employees to participate in assisting this important broad-based organization.
So moved.
Do I have a second? At this time, ladies, would you like to take the podium and make some comments?
Judge Canellas and Commissioners, thank y'all so much. My name is Michelle Cabrera, and this is Stephanie Jordan, and we're with United Way. We're an independent nonprofit controlled locally by a board of directors. Your contribution supports 56 nonprofit organizations in our 10-county region. We have helped this last year over 130,000 people in our community. Our goal is to help in areas of education, financial stability, and health, the three core building blocks of a good quality of life. What is raised here does stay here. We want to thank you for your support, for the belief in our mission, but most of all, thank you for making a difference in someone else's life.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate all that the United Way does for us. And, I think all of us grew up watching the thermometer rise. And it's amazing how, as an adult, if you have such an appreciation for all that we do to make that get to the 100% and everything that comes back to our community tenfold. We can't thank you enough, and we celebrate all that you guys do. So please share that with your staff and your supporters. Absolutely. At this time, Commissioners, I'd like to take a little bit out of order. Tyner, if that's okay, because I've noticed that in the back of the room we have Judge Maderi and Judge Klein here with us. So, Commissioners, would you please indulge us? Let's move to G1 at this time. And we have a certificate of recognition for the Centers of Excellence, which was a designation for two of our courts, the 214th and 347th, that was presented by the Texas Judicial Council for Nueces County. This is an incredible honor. It really marks the first of its kind. And Tyner, if you would sort of give us a little background for the audience and for those watching.
Well, I can't tell you, Judge, it was very tedious. They worked probably over a year. They set standards in various areas to accomplish. It was very tedious. And by the way, these are the first two in the entire state of Texas. So these are centers of excellence. Judges, if y'all would like to come forward.
Yes, if you all would come forward. And I just want to note, of course, we already have another distinction, and that's that Judge Maderi is also the administrative judge for the 5th Region. And so we are sort of already, yes, thank you. We're already kind of blessed with honors. But what I know is that I've had the opportunity to get to know these ladies on the Board of Judges, also on the purchasing board. I sit with Judge Maderi and Judge Klein, and, they really just go the extra mile. In order to really understand how to make their courts efficient, they went so far as to conduct their own surveys downstairs, polling people as they came into the courthouse, from jurors to those employees that worked here, to the average citizen coming to use one of our services. In order to get this kind of distinction, you have to have an incentive to say, I want to do more than. And my only ask of them is, how can we make every single court here in Nueces County a court of excellence? So in addition to your resume, I now dub you professors, and I hope that you will go and teach. And I know there's going to be a tremendous interest in the other courts following suit. So we're so proud that you hail from our county. We're so proud of the justice that you dispense here, and we are equally excited to celebrate this distinction with you. And we have these beautiful certificates, and I know you want to recognize your staff as well. So please, while I kind of get us organized, Judge Klein, would you like to make some comments, and then we'll come up here?
It definitely has been a team project. There's absolutely no way. Supposed to use the mic, I'm sorry. I'm using the mom voice. I thought that would be okay. Definitely a team project. Couldn't have been done without amazing staff. If I can just recognize them from right to left. Gabriela Dennis is our court manager in the 214th. Miss Mary Lee Roberts is the magician on wheels. I actually am pretty convinced that I have seen her in two places at the same time. And I think Judge Maderi will recognize Andrew, and we're just very grateful that we were able to do it as a team and to bring it to Nueces County and do something that hasn't been done before. And Nueces County is first, and I'm looking forward to us mentoring other counties in the state of Texas to get it done. Thank you.
Judge and Commissioners, thank you very much for this honor. It was amazing for us to receive this from the Judicial Council up in Austin, and it makes us so incredibly proud to bring this back to Nueces County. As Tyner said, these or the 214th and my court are the first two courts in the entire state of Texas that have earned this award in recognition of Centers of Excellence. The Judicial Commission has already tasked us to be mentors throughout the state of Texas, and starting with Nueces County. As 5th Region presiding judge, I am going to bring it to my other 11 counties also. There should be no reason that any court in the state of Texas does not try to excel and try to reach this pinnacle mark. I would like to say it is a group effort. Andrew Garcia is my court coordinator. He is my right hand, and he's also one of my dearest friends. Could not have done this without him. Gabby from the 214th as well. And I concur with Judge Klein. Marilee Roberts is just the driving force to get anything done. You ask her to do something, and by the time you're down in the elevator from the 8th floor to the 2nd floor, it's already done. She's just an amazing asset to Nueces County. This is an honor and recognition for Judge Klein and I, but it is incredibly something that we are blessed and honored to bring back to Nueces County. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for recognizing us.
Well, we would love for you to join us so we can make this presentation, and if you would allow us to take a picture. And also, I know Michael was here earlier, Michael Robinson. I'm thinking that we need some sort of lettering when you enter Nueces County Courthouse stating that we are a courthouse with 2 courts that are centers of excellence. This is a courts of excellence. I think this would be an amazing thing for lawyers, for members of our profession. Other judges, visiting judges, we often host them. We often host sometimes trials from other jurisdictions. And I want everybody to know when they walk in this courthouse that it starts with 2, but as you said, we hope to make each and every one of our courts have this very special designation. So, Michael, if that's okay, may I task you with that? I think it's a great idea. Okay.
Judge, should we just say all rise just for fun?
Yes.
They all.
All rise.
No, not y'all, not y'all.
Come up here. Why don't you guys left and right of me? If you look at this one and then this one. And then Tyner, okay, you got the pictures, great. And then Judge here, and then Judge Maderi, Marilee. Come on in, Judge. Thanks, guys. Congratulations, Judge. Oh, thank you. It's great. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Yes. I got it. Thank you for letting me take that out of order. I know they want to get back to their courtrooms, and that was a great way to start our morning. Putting us back in order, we have a very important week that we're celebrating, and that's the Disability Voter Registration Week, and it's officially July 15th through the 19th. Tyner, do we have representatives?
We do,
Okay,
Judge.
welcome.
If they could join me. Thank you. I'll go ahead and read, Judge.
Please.
Whereas in July 2019, people with disabilities and celebrate the 29th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and there are over 50 million people with disabilities of all ages living in communities throughout the United States. Whereas the disability community has a critical interest in policies enacted at local, state, and national levels that affect the integration of people with disabilities, young and old, into our communities. Whereas getting the disability community involved in influencing public policies is essential if these policies are to meet the real needs of people with disabilities to live in the community. And voting is one way for the disability community to exert their influence at local, state, and national elections. Whereas there are multiple efforts to develop disability coalitions around the issue of voting. Whereas Rev Up America, Register, Educate, Use Your Power is a national effort to encourage local, state disability community voting coalitions and members of the national disability rights community are organizing a National Disability Voter Registration Week, July 15th through July 19th, 2019. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas does hereby support the growing involvement of the disability community in the political process and designates the week of July 15th through 19th as National Disability Voter Registration Week in Nueces County.
Thank you.
So moved.
We'll get a motion, and then may I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and now please.
Good morning, and thank you, Judge Canales and Commissioners. My name is Karen Salazar Vega. Today I am here to represent the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living and our partners, the League of Women Voters, Deaf and Hard of Hearing Center, Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities, and the local chapter of ADAPT. Part of what I do with the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living is teach individuals with disabilities independent living skills and provide them with the tools they need to advocate for themselves and their community. The most important tool we impart is to exercise their right to vote. Vote for leaders and legislation that will leave a legacy. For too long, the disability community has had decisions made on their behalf. When we have a voice, it demands nothing about us without us. As we approach the 29th anniversary of the ADA this month, we embrace the spirit of equity for National Disability Voter Registration Week. With the support of our county leaders, we spur others on to rev up, register, educate, vote, and use your power.
It's a great campaign, and we're really appreciative. Mike, everything you guys do, it's just, there's so many. I once heard that I think there are over 30,000 members of Nueces County citizenry that are living with disabilities. And then that number, gets larger when you think about the families that are a part of that 30,000. I'm one of them. And I want to share something with you, just a quick story. I want you to think about reaching out to the universities. My daughter, who does have a disability, registered to vote here in Nueces County because her mom was running for office. And we were really excited. And then when she went to her school in Georgetown, some nice person came up to her and said, "We want you to register to vote." And because she didn't understand, she registered to vote there. And it kicked her off here. And then I had to wipe tears from her face and mine when she couldn't vote for me. It's really important that we realize that people need help to understand the rules. And working with our student centers and the disability offices in our universities, people with disabilities go to school. And they're our colleagues and our neighbors and they're our shop owners. You can be normal and have a disability. There is not a stigma anymore. And so we're everywhere. And so I just want to encourage you to even think more out of the box. It happened to me, and so I'm so excited to know that there's a real movement called REV. And I thank you for that. From a mom, not from the county judge, just from a mom. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
And we got her registered back here in Nueces County. So we're ready.
Will you allow us to take a picture with you?
Oh, we'd be honored, please. True story.
It was really sad. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So nice to know you.
Okay, can you get us? I'm gonna be on tiptoes here.
Oh, right back there. Christy. Christy, can you get one?
But it's next, right? So I skip it. Skip it and come back. Okay, sounds good. We're waiting on some moms. We're waiting on.
Judge,
Yeah, I'm going to skip to that one.
Hey, we got time, we'll be to 2 o'clock.
Tyner, let's go on to the G2, the Thelma's recognition. Just kind of keep us a little bit in order there. I know I'm keeping you out of order, but
Just to let you know, Judge, that there was no vote on the United Way resolution or the disability, so.
okay, appreciate that. We had a motion and a second, we just forgot to call for the vote. So let's take the United Way first. All those in favor of the United Way resolution? I'm sure I did United Way because I said it.
You had them
You're right.
first and second, but.
I didn't? Okay. I just,
don't know.
okay, aye. Pose same sign. Forgive me, but I have a really good memory. Y'all have to roll back the tape. We actually said,
Roll
that
the
motion
tape, please.
passes. The motion passed. I like a replay. I like a replay. Okay, at any rate, and now let's have a vote on the voters' disability, voters' registration week for the disabled. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay. So, is Thelma? That's wonderful. Yes, I want her to stand while we, perfect. It's always very special when we get to say thank you. Thank you to somebody who's given so much of their life to Nueces County. But Thelma, you get the extra, the double scoop, the extra thank you because you dedicated your life to children. It makes it even more wonderful. You've spent 26 years in service to this county in the Juvenile Probation Department, and it is my understanding that you get to now relax and enjoy, and we want to wish you well, and we're excited for the next incredible chapter of your life, but we can't let you go on until we at least acknowledge all that you've done for so many. And I thought I saw Homer. Homer, I don't know if you want to come up and be a part here, but
Judge, if I can take a point
Yes.
of personal privilege here. Thelma and I have gone to school together since 4th grade.
oh my goodness.
So we go way back and got to work together when I was a judge over at County Court 5. And Thelma and I have been friends for a long time. And there is no one who has been a more dedicated public servant than her. She will be greatly missed where she is. I'm jealous that she gets to retire already, and I'll be working for the next 20 years, hopefully, God willing. But she has really done a wonderful job, and it's a special day for her and her family, and I'm just thrilled to be here to be a part of it and to say thank you on behalf of all the citizens of Nueces County. You've just been a wonderful, wonderful person to work here in Nueces County, and I know how good a person you are because I've known you for so long, and that unfortunately ages you now. You're tied to me age-wise, but you look a lot younger, so it's all good. But thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for everything you've done.
Thelma, would you like to come to the dais there and make some comments? We would welcome it.
Okay. I've always worked in the administrative area of clerical, being secretary, worked my way up into the accounting area. And as being a legal secretary for many, many years, our motto is working to change children's lives. And my motto always was to working to change PO's lives, because the probation officers, their initials are POs, because I've always struggled, and it's just like, I need this, I need this, I need that, constantly to make sure that, we had everything on time. And those that I was secretary to, they knew that if I was their secretary or if I wasn't their secretary, everything was on time, whether you liked it or not. Everything got entered on time. And juvenile was my home away from home, because I spent more daytime hours there than what I did at home, because at home you go home and it's nighttime hours. And I love working there at juvenile. I've been there since February of 1992. My son was just 18 months old. Long time ago. But I had a wonderful time there, and thank you for the opportunity, and now it's time for me to do something else.
Well, we're wishing you the very best, and I would like to just read this to you and then offer for you to come up so we can at least give you hugs and shake your hand. We hereby express our sincere appreciation to Thelma D. Elwin, grateful recognition of your 26 years of service with Nueces County. It's signed July 5th, 2019, by myself and the commissioners that join me to the left and to the right. Thank you so much, Thelma. Come on up. We have a... We also have a small token of our appreciation, and I'll leave it in the bag unless you wish to display it.
Hope he has batteries. You don't have batteries.
Thank you so much, Thelma. I'll let you open that up. Am I blocking you, Jack?
And let's get a picture with everybody who came to support Thelma, too.
Yes,
Why don't y'all all
yes,
come
come
up
on
here?
up.
And ma'am, if you need us to come down, hold on, does she need us to come down?
I tell you what, you want us to go down?
We'll come right down
We'll
there,
come
ma'am.
right
So she
there.
doesn't have to
We'll
go
come
as far.
right there.
We'll come right down here.
We'll come right down. Just don't forget her gift, Brent. Grab her gift.
You'll take it home, too.
Don't let Commissioner Gonzalez, it may get us.
Thelma's that. Your mom. We're so proud of your daughter.
You know that I'm learning how to walk, but if it wouldn't be for these two girls, they've been taking care of me just like a baby.
Just like you did that.
It's
right.
She's my nurse now.
Yes. I'll get you all. Yes, yes, yes. I'm so sorry. Right here.
Yes, we would love to.
Everybody see me? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's a lifesaver for you.
You started in 92?
No, I started in 88, 70.
Oh, you beat her. You get a big watch.
Here are the speakers for 1F3. Beach safety.
Are they going to do, but we have a resolution. They're here.
It's going to be at 10 a.m.
We're going to do a resolution too.
At 10 a.m.
Unless. Got it.
To get some energy from it.
As we get all settled, I'll just tell you that it's so nice to have Juvenile here. And we do a lot of interfacing with the Juvenile Department, and they're just incredible people. They truly are so dedicated. And, of course, County Court at Law 5, Brent, where you were and where Judge McCoy sits now, we can't imagine some of the issues that those young people are facing, but we try to get them back on the right track, and Thelma was part of that key. Thank you. Okay, as we get settled, we're going to go to H1. Madam Clerk, I'm mindful that I'm missing F3, but we're waiting for a few people, so I'm mindful and have circled it. At this time, I'm going to ask Tyner to walk me through. We have a Citizens Advisory Board on Health and Welfare appointment.
Yes, Judge, and I think Margaret Mead followed suit with Alyssa and would like to be appointed to that board.
Okay, well, I'm
Moved.
got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm delighted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Edward, would you bring me the public comment board? You think we're good? Okay. Okay, I have been told that, that F3 is ready. So with that, I think I'll go ahead and call for the establishing of July 2019 as Beach Safety Awareness Month in Nueces County. And I would ask that Tyner and Commissioner Chesney take the lead on this matter.
Would you like me to proceed, Commissioner?
Judge, let me, if I can start, I also want to invite the Denson family to come up and say a few words if they would like to. We are doing this Beach Awareness Month, and I think we would like to do this every year moving forward. I had the privilege of meeting with Ms. Denson, and I'll let her come and speak here in a little bit about this, and this was something that was very important to her, and we met to talk about things that we could do. I'm not going to be able to talk about this a whole lot. I'm going to let you go ahead, Chad.
I'm gonna say that this is an important opportunity for us to partner with Coastal Parks. Our director, Scott Cross, was incredibly supportive of this. You know, our beaches are one of the most beautiful assets of the Coastal Bend. It's a place where we all, if you grew up here like we did, we know it so well, but it is also a place that requires safety. And not too long ago, we had a tragedy, and that tragedy brings, I hope, one silver lining, and that is that we can promote safety to all citizens in Nueces County. And here with us to make some presentations and offer some comments on this subject matter. Tyner, you can take us through the resolution and let me get a motion in a second. And then Scott, I'll ask you to come up first. But let's get the let's do the housekeeping piece first.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, you want to read it, though? Go ahead and read it.
Well, Judge. Whereas the coastal beaches in Nueces County are a world-renowned recreational resource that draw both residents and approximately 9 million visitors for water and beach activities every year. Whereas the water and beach environment can pose risks and dangers, particularly rip currents, to beach patrons. Whereas these dangers can be effectively prevented through public awareness, the vigilance of beach patrons, professional lifeguards, and increased protection, water and rip current safety efforts. Whereas for public safety reasons, an annual reminder of the joys and hazards associated with the water and beach environment are appropriate during the busy summer beach season. Whereas Nueces County residents and visitors alike must take necessary precautions such as learning to swim, swimming near a lifeguard, obeying posted signs and flags, learning rip current safety, and wearing a life jacket. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that July 2019 is hereby proclaimed Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month in Nueces County. And further, the court urges all patrons of Nueces County beaches to enjoy this resource while taking appropriate measures to protect themselves and others.
Judge, before we vote on it, there are several people who would like to speak on it, and I would like for those to speak. I want to save Ms. Denston for last because I probably won't be able to make it through listening to her speak.
Okay, we're going to save her for last. I see both Scott and Melissa. Why don't you both come up jointly and then take turns, and then I'll be able to, Billy's also here.
There's
Billy?
several things we've been working on.
Come on up,
Judge.
Billy. You know,
I want them to speak about some of this, and I don't know if Mr. Samuel's here yet, but one of our constituents called and made, there he is, I'm sorry, Terry, I didn't see you. He had suggested that we use our emergency reverse alert system to let people know about rip currents and the things that are going on. And when we have high rip currents, we've done a lot of things on the beach, flag systems and signage, and we've just done so much, but we're trying to do even more. And this was an idea generated by a constituent call, and I think that's a very cool deal. The city jumped in immediately along with Melissa at the county, and both said, great idea. We're not going to, this isn't going to be your typical red tape government thing. We're just going to get this done. And this is a very important thing that sometimes things come from tragedy. So I'll let you speak about this, and Melissa and Billy can talk about what we've been doing in regards to that, and Scott can talk about some of the other things we're working on, some additional signage and some other things out there, and then we'll move from there, if that's all right, Judge. Thank you. I'll try to keep my composure. I apologize.
absolutely. And of course, just want to recognize, court recognizes Billy Delgado, Emergency Management Director for the City of Corpus Christi. We welcome you, but we work so closely hand in hand with you, and constitutionally, emergency management is my highest duty as a county judge, and so we welcome you. And of course, Melissa Munguia is your counterpart here at the county, so I know this is an important matter. We need to recognize as citizens that there are more emergencies other than hurricanes, and that's why we're here today, is to create that awareness. So Scott, you start us off and then lead us in, Melissa and Billy.
And Judge, we really need people, and we really need the media to help us get the word out on signing up for Reverse Alert so that they will be signed up so that they can get these alerts. Because if we don't have people signed up and enough people signed up, then the Reverse Alert system only works for those who are signed up. So that's a really important point of today's resolution and why we're here today as well. So go ahead.
So we've been dealing with beach safety the 11 years that I've been there as Coastal Parks Director. Jared Port A lifeguard in the back. Jared, if you want to come up too. What we do to curtail these incidents from happening is we have the flag system out there that's, green, yellow, red. Red is when you have the most prevalent time of rip currents. We get these notifications from the National Weather Service, so it's real easy to coordinate all this with the reverse alert. And we have the sign system out there. We've actually got the big signs that show people how to survive or deal with a rip current on all the public restrooms near the piers. We even got little mini ones that was an Eagle Scout project for another young man from San Antonio who lost his life in a rip current. And they're all on all the little picnic tables, to try to help with this. I work real closely with Jared over in Port A. We contract with them to provide lifeguarding services over there in Port Aransas, and he keeps me abreast of not only all the incidences, but all the every time he has to rescue somebody, he keeps stats on all that for me and keeps me up to date on that. And the other thing that we're doing is, and we had it on the side of the piers a while back, is we stenciled a warning sign on the side of the concrete and just finally wore off. And so just yesterday, I ordered four 4x8 metal aluminum signs that we're going to put on the sides of the handrails on the north side and the south side of the piers. That way, when people are at the beach, they can see it says warning, dangerous rip current near pier. And there's always a natural rip near the pier. The surfers call it the elevator. They paddle out on the elevator. And so it's really hard unless you've got a trained eye being able to see a rip current where it's at. Most of the time where we have these incidents is with folks that aren't from here, aren't aware of the dangers of the water that we have here, that aren't aware of what the flag system is. Our parks and beach workers, we actually use trash bags as an excuse to interface with the public. They walk up and down the beach to hand out a trash bag, and when the rip current is high, they say, hey, just beware the flags over there, that kind of thing. This is something extra we try to do, and we work with the city of Corpus Christi, not in as official of a capacity as we do with Port A, where they patrol our beaches, and they station themselves in their lifeguard truck there in front of the Padre Bailly Park office there next to Bob Hall. So they're up and down that beach quite a bit as well. And you know, a meeting with this young man's wife, she called me out of the blue one day and we talked, and she was sincerely just wanted to do more. And so that's when I put her in touch with the commissioner. And, you know, I never thought about the reverse alert system. You know, that was a great idea. The first thing that popped in my mind is if we could get TxDOT to use the banner things, but I don't know what the protocol there is, because you can't pass one of those without getting to the beach or even coming down 37. And so it's not very often that this happens to one of our local citizens, because, you know, they're usually pretty astute most of the time, or you grew up on the beach, you're out there every day. And so anyhow, unless y'all have any questions, that's what we're doing to try to help, to go above and beyond.
Right.
So
well, and we all we all need refreshers. Sometimes we know things, but I can tell you that we're learning. Everything needs to be reinforced. And that's what the reverse alert can really do. It'll just remind you. And I think what we can do, Melissa, with your assistance and with Kathy's, why don't we send everyone email and ask our 1,300 plus Nueces County employees we urge them to please sign up today, or we'll give them to the rest of the week until I send them a really ominous one. But I think that it's really going to be important that we lead by example. Billy, I might ask that as a counterpart, maybe you would send the message back to City Manager Zanoni and Mayor McComb and ask them to do the same. If we lead by example, we'll get several thousand just this week, and it would be our gift to you. And we won't stop until we know everybody's numbers are as high as possible in that reverse alert. And you just will know that you did that, and Sonny did that. And that's how good breeds good. That's love breeding love. And so I'm going to do it today and make sure that every member of my family does it. And so what do you think about that idea, Melissa?
So I think that's a great idea, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you again for letting us stand up here. Reverse alert is used in many different ways, but there's also other ways that we can use it, new ways of using it, and I've spoke with Billy Delgado on putting together how we would use it for coastal alerts, and I'll let him talk more about the reverse alert side of things. But every single new employee orientation that we have here in Nueces County, we pass out the reverse alert cards and kind of push the signing up of reverse alert as an employee. So sending out that message to all of those employees is a great idea. Anything that we do is usually a collaborative effort. When it comes to the coast, it's a multi-jurisdictional thing. So we've got a lot of different jurisdictional presence here today, and this is a fantastic, I don't even want to say start, because these are initiatives that have been going on for a long time. Right. But getting everybody here standing together for the same cause is always a great way to kick off kind of like a rejuvenation of efforts. And so we all stand here together with a different piece of this puzzle, and I'm hoping that working together we can really push it forward and make this happen. But I'm going to pass it to Billy so he can talk a little bit more about how that would work on reverse alert.
Good idea.
And some of the things we can do to prevent complacency or people opting out because we're getting too many alerts. So Billy.
Judge and Commissioners, good to see y'all again. got a call from Terry, and he talked about this situation about possibly using reverse alert. And you're absolutely right. It's not just for weather emergencies. There's other emergencies that happen within the city or the county. And then I talked to commissioners, and it's a great idea. I talked to our Parks Department yesterday, fully on board with it. Our beach superintendent's fully on board with it. He'll get with Scott on the wording and when we're going to put them out. So what would happen is people would go in there, and you're absolutely right. We have 20,000, approximately 300 registered in reverse alert. For a county of this size, probably needs to be a lot more than that. So what they would do, they'd go into reversealert.org, and then they're going to have categories on what they want alerts for. They don't have to get every alert. If they just want specifically coastal beach alert, that's already been built, that's already in the system, so people can start signing up for that. And so all they have to do is go to reversealert.org. If they just want the beach alert, coastal beach alert, they just sign up for it, put their information in there, and if whenever the county and the city beach director and superintendents say it's time to put it out, they just put it out, and it would go out to those people that have signed up for coastal beach alerts. So they would be getting it directly, one push of a button. Everybody that signed up will get it. City is fully behind this. It's a great idea. Again, collaboration with the county and the city. It's been there a long time, and it just gets better every year. So thank you for the opportunity, and we fully support this operation.
Thank you for Jared for being here today and supporting this effort, and gosh, for being vigilant and saving so many lives. If you'd like to make a comment.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you for all you do for us in Port Aransas. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think we're definitely on the right track as far as the education. That's one of the things that our motto in Port Aransas is educate, prevent, and rescue. So I want to educate everybody as much as I can. Obviously, they don't always see the signs. They're focused on going to the beach. I have about 3 different signs. I have signs at every entrance that we have. There's signs everywhere. They don't always see them. So that's where we come in as lifeguards, and we prevent. Areas that, as Scott mentioned, that are quite dangerous, where rip currents tend to be more aggressive, are your piers and things like that. So obviously, we do have a tower on the north side of the pier in Port Aransas at Jorge's Caldwell Pier that helps us prevent people from getting into the danger zone. And that's how we really stop us from rescuing, because the last thing we want to do is rescue. We want to prevent. We average probably on a Saturday, maybe 500 to 1,000 preventions a day. That's a lot of people we're keeping out of harm's way. I highly recommend that at Bob Hall Pier as well. One other thing that we do in Port Aransas is we've adopted Galveston's surf condition signs. They spent a lot of money with their attorney
Thank you.
on developing those, and they're in Spanish and English.
Thank you.
This is a brief synopsis of what the colors mean and so forth.
Thank you.
They are new rip current signs coming out as well. I think the alerts that y'all are doing are fantastic. I just would love to see more prevention on the beach. I know manpower is tough, getting lifeguards. I have a very hard time. We're part of the United States Life Saving Association, so we follow their guidelines, and it's a little bit higher standards. I'm a small group. I only have about 10 or 11 lifeguards, and I'm one of them, so I'm the only year-round. But I know you guys have a lot more lifeguards, and I know that in the past they've been trying to get the USLA certificate. And of course, if there's anything we can do in Port Aransas to help, I am in contact with Ashley Rio, and so we're trying to help them as much as we can. But it is a challenge to find to meet their standards and so forth, because they do have high standards as far as physical requirements and things like that. But anyway, the biggest thing about the prevention, like we were talking about, is keeping people out of harm's way, and so that's what we try and do there. Thank you so much for all your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I think we now, Brent, do you want to introduce?
I'm going to let Ms. Denson, if would like to come up, and like I said, I'm not going to be able to do much in introductions because I can't get through it. I don't know how she does, but she's truly an inspiration, and we appreciate her and her family being here today. And
I just had 2 thoughts, Commissioner Chesney. I think both of them are inspired by this moment. One of them is you and I hail from the same alma mater, and I think maybe we'll start at W.B. Ray and we'll work our way to all the high schools. I'll tell you who really needs these alerts and needs to sign up for them are the young people. Those that are users of the beach, and why don't you and I go visit the student council president and the principal and ask them to lead in this effort in an awareness campaign, and then that will start a chain reaction to King and Carroll and veterans and Miller and Moody and West Oso, and we'll get kids to make this exactly what it needs to be. We'll take that. I'll make a goal to double our reverse alert, Billy, with the demographic that we really need to target.
And I'm sure, not to put Ms. Denson on the spot, but I'm sure she would welcome the
I
opportunity.
bet she'll take King.
To be included in that as well. She's indicated she would do anything and everything that was needed to help with this.
We'll get that going.
I think we can put this also in the health fairs we have. We have about 19 health fairs, so I think we can put them.
Great idea.
Every health fair, because the parents can take it home to the kids, and at least they can read it.
Great idea. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Brett Chesney, Commissioner Joe Gonzalez, Ms. Barbara, Commissioner Canales, and then, of course, Mr. Commissioner John Nueces. Okay, thank you. Hope I said that right. And then Commissioner Carolyn Vaughn. I want to thank each and every one of you for this opportunity. It's the commitment that you have for the patrons, in this community, the beachgoers in this community, says a lot about your character and how you just, take your role to heart. This proclamation is the beginning of many efforts to raise beach safety awareness and to prevent drownings and to, honor our son Jasani and many others who have lost their lives on the beach. We must be mindful, of the activities that we participate in, engage in on a daily basis, and observe warning signs. Although our son Jasani was having fun that day on the beach like any other kid, but I'll tell you, he was completely unaware of that rip current that claimed his life. So awareness is key in changing and saving lives. And again, I want to thank each and every one of you so much for that. Again, this is one of many efforts. As you just proclaimed, I've made several phone calls myself to the school district and how we can, give our students more information, make them more aware of what they engage in on a daily basis, and not that there's, we just need to be mindful because things can happen. We live in an unpredictable world, and things can happen. And again, if we as a community can bring more awareness to hazards and things that could potentially take our life or harm someone else, let's do that because as a human race, I believe that's what we're here for. And in addition to the efforts of the reverse alert, one of the things that we have set up is a website for Jasani, and the reverse alert link is you can actually get to the reverse alert website by accessing his website. So I have wristbands for everyone here. It has his website on there, and of course there's much more information on there regarding the awareness of rip currents. It tells you, how to actually identify one. It also gives you information about Jasani and his life, his 18 years that he was here on Earth. And it also, just provides a wealth of other information on how we can, again, come together and just spread the awareness and save lives. No family should have to lose anyone to something that is preventable. Anyone, but especially a child, because that hurts. But that's why we're here, so that no one else has to feel the way that my family feels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're so eloquent.
Good morning, everyone.
First and foremost, I just want to thank everyone in Nueces County. This has been really hard for us, and we wouldn't be able to do this without the support of a great community. So I just want to thank all of y'all. I just want to share something with y'all. A friend of mine who's actually doing the repair on Jasani Smith's car almost lost his son in the exact same spot on Father's Day. I just went by to just follow up with him just to see what was going on, what was taking so long. And, you know, he gave me the story. You know, he said he just got to the beach. He just was getting everything set up. He said, Terry, all I did was just walk from where my wife was sitting to the truck to get the tent and the canopy, and I could already hear her screaming and hollering, and I looked back, and she's pointing, and he said, and I could see my son being taken by the rip current, and it was actually a surfer on the board, on a surfboard, that was able to get his son. He fell and broke 2 of his toes just trying to get to his son. So everything that y'all are making happen, it definitely will have a positive effect, because we all have children, and this can happen to anybody. And like my wife said, I don't wish this on anybody. So again, I just wanted to, she said enough, I don't want to talk y'all to death. But I just want to thank everyone in this that has made this happen, especially just people that are doing this out of the kindness of their heart, because without support and without kindness, we probably wouldn't be standing here right now. So on the behalf of my family, we just really want to say thank you to each and every one of y'all, Mr. Brent, Mr. Joe, Miss Barbara, Mr. John, Carolyn, Terry Samuels, lifeguard from Port Aransas. We have people helping us that I've yet to even meet, and it just says a lot about our community. And it's, you know, it's unfortunate that something bad has to happen for something good to happen, but at the end of the day, I know the choices that we are making will have a profound effect on other people's lives, other children's lives down the road. So again, thank y'all, and thank everyone that is showing us support.
Thank you so much. Know that we're here for you, and we're going to continue to lift you up in prayer. And I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm Trevor Allison's stepmom. He played with Jasani on select basketball all through high school. So there are connections everywhere, and he will not be forgotten. In every poster board that we put up, when the flags are up, in all realms, and I really believe that we can make a difference for that next person that's out using our magnificent beaches. And I really thank our team of Coastal Parks for just saying absolutely, because I know they feel like they're doing a lot. But you know what, Scott? We can always do more. And that's what I love about Scott, is that he always says, absolutely, Judge, what else can we do? And that's the kind of team we have here. So I want you to know that you're loved, and Jasani is loved and missed. And I know I speak for Commissioner Chesney and I, and the game won't be the same. Thanks.
Can we give out our bracelets?
Oh, absolutely. Please, we want them.
Good job.
Judge, I know we have a very long agenda today, but I think that's probably the most important thing we do all day, so thank you.
You're so welcome. We actually have some folks that are going to try to make another important meeting. So, Hillary, I noticed you're on public comment. Are you on a short time fuse to get back to your office? Can I call? Do you have a short presentation? Can you keep it short, and that way I can take us out of order to the next one and get those folks on their way? I appreciate it. This time, I'm calling Hillary Watt, and we're going to be...
Judge, I'm not sure we voted on that.
Oh, we didn't vote on it? Okay, forgive me. We've got a motion, though, and a second from the previous, and all those in favor signify by saying aye for our Beach Safety Awareness Month. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, it's official. And pretty apropos is a woman who really dedicates her life to trauma and making certain that we have the right resources in our region for an event, and that's Miss Hillary Watt. And if you'll come up, and you're going to be talking about, I believe, badging, physician badging.
Good morning, Judge Canales.
Good morning.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. I will keep this as short as possible. I did want to take an opportunity to piggyback on the previous agenda item and let you know that as an organization who oversees the trauma and emergency healthcare system here in our 12 counties, as well as disaster preparedness, we do have an injury prevention committee, and we work tirelessly on this subject year after year. We go to the Nueces County Health Fair, and our committee's working on literature in English and Spanish to put in all the hotels, gas stations, everywhere. Port Aransas also has a similar system to reverse alert, by where visitors who come to the area, just say they come down on vacation, they can sign up for a week or 2 weeks or however long they're going to be here, and they can receive similar notifications to include, weather and beach safety. So
Great, Hillary.
we're all working on it together, and as you said, we won't stop. Okay, so on to the physician badging, something you and I have discussed, and you asked me to bring it here to Commissioner's Court. What we're trying to accomplish here is twofold. Currently, the physicians in our counties have to carry several badges because they have privileges at several different hospitals. It's cumbersome for them, and they would like to see that all consolidated into one single badge that works with the access control systems at each hospital's or healthcare entity so that they can gain access. In addition to that, after Harvey, the governor's Eye of the Storm report was released. It's about 177 pages. I have read it. One of the recommendations, 44 recommendations came out of that report, and one of them that is on Chief Kidd, who is the Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. That's one of his highest priorities right now, is to have a single ID for first responders. Currently, paramedic, EMT in the state of Texas, you can ask anybody in a room full of first responders to hold up their card that says, I'm a paramedic. It does not have a picture on it. So when you get into like disaster situations or people in mutual aid situations, there's really no way of really identifying that person. So what we're working on with the Nueces County Medical Society, with the president of Christus Spawn and some of the physicians from the Medical Society, is a pilot project to bring this to the Coastal Bend. And we would like to start with the physicians who are currently members of the Medical Society and expand it. So really, we're just basically asking for your support to recognize this as, currently we're just calling it the Coastal Bend ID. We don't have a name for it yet, but it would be for physicians first, and then we would expand it as the mandate comes down from the state through the department that's going to say in a year or so, EMS, law enforcement, everybody, you all need to be on this same badging system. Chief Kidd Support Set has been implemented successfully in the San Antonio area. So what we're trying to accomplish here is get on board with that system and implement it here and start with the physicians. It's a DoD contract. The company are the Foundation for Trusted Identity. They have the DoD contract to do all the badging for FEMA, so security is not an issue with the system. If it's good enough for them, I think it should definitely be good enough for us, and we have discussed those aspects already. I don't know if you have any questions for me. I have a whole bunch of information, but I'm trying to keep it short.
And we appreciate that. So public comment, lucky for us, we've just signed up for public comment so that we can give a little feedback. Commissioner Gonzalez?
You know, I wish I would have known this before. We're gonna put it in the agenda on a regular item.
I'd be happy to come back.
I think we will.
You probably will. And
Yes.
and the thing is, I really appreciate what you're doing. This is really long time overdue. You know, because somebody goes up there and says, I'm a paramedic, and then you don't know who the person is. And it happens before, you know, and coming from physicians and paramedics is very important. First responders is very important. So you got our support as far as I'm concerned. I think everybody here supports that. And it should be in a resolution too, so I think we need to put you in a regular agenda.
Tyner, I also signed up for public comment, so I think that's a good idea. I think that a resolution is in order as an agenda item for our consideration, as well as an agenda item. And I just want to echo that Hillary and I have met with the Nueces County Medical Society, president, and with Dr. Blow, who's the CEO of Christus Spawn, and we believe that they've also sought out first responders, input, and this is going to make for a streamlined ID badge that we can all, I think, recognize is better for efficiency purposes. But the other part is you might be wondering about the cost, and the nice thing is that the Nueces County Medical Society would like to assist with that cost. So I think, Hillary, our next steps are for you to come back, maybe bring the cost to us, and also the partnerships that would be willing to participate in sharing that cost. But we believe that this is what we need for the emergency situation. It's really almost like, I know sheriffs in the audience, it's almost like FirstNet badges in a way. It's like making us all in sync with one system. And when we're all in sync, it's just going to make an emergency situation flow so much better. So.
And we have all the hospital systems here in town, regardless of, who's competing with who on board.
Right.
They're all willing to adapt their current access control systems to accommodate the new badge. So that's a huge step to get everybody in town to agree.
And Melissa's in the back of the room. I know she's a part of this too, this discussion. It won't be in a box just with Commissioners Court. We're going to be including emergency management in on this. And right now we're using letters, and letters are not efficient. Imagine being in the middle of Hurricane Harvey, you're a physician, you're coming back home, and now you've got to find a letter that we've given to you. This badge will have all of the coded information in a chip, and all you're going to have to do is show that badge, swipe it, and then we're going to know whether or not you're the type of essential personnel that's needed inside our county in an emergency. It's really everything we preach here right now in 2019, efficiency, using technology to make lives, to save lives. So thank you, Hillary. Appreciate it. We'll get this to you, commissioners. At this time, I'm going to ask us to take out of order, but this is the last out of order. It's 4A4, commissioners. This is to accommodate some folks that need to make another presentation at another governmental entity. And I'd like to just read it and then ask Commissioner Vaughn to lead. Discuss and consider adoption of a resolution in support of the process in support of the process for the creation of North Beach Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. Sometimes the acronym TERS, number 4, is utilized. And I just want to emphasize for the audience and for those watching and for commissioners here that have not been fully briefed that this resolution is in support of a process. There is no plan. There is no anything concrete. This is to get us going. It's to say we support the process of engaging in this TERS. And with that, Commissioner, let me get a motion, I guess, first, and then we can enter into discussion and a presentation. Do I hear a motion? Okay, and I'll second. And now let's call for discussion. And would you lead, Commissioner Vaughn?
I have someone here to have a presentation. It's Chad McGill. You want to come on up? Thank you, Judge.
And this will be on our screens, Tyner?
First, let me begin by thanking you, Judge and Commissioners, for the opportunity to be here. And also, special note to, am I speaking? Oh, you want me to speak over here? Okay.
It would help, Chad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for the opportunity to be here. I'll be as brief as possible and respectful of your time. Special note, Commissioner Vaughn is the chairperson for the North Beach Infrastructure Task Force. So, okay, so my intent with this presentation is really to answer the four main questions. One, what is a TERS? And I'll be brief on that. How it works. Why a TERS is being considered on North Beach, and finally, what are the next steps, right? So, what is a TERS? A TERS is short for a tax increment reinvestment zone. It's a geographic area designated by a municipality or county governed by Texas Tax Code Chapter 311, Tax Increment Financing. On the screen, you'll see the proposed zone boundaries for North Beach. A TERS project jumpstarts development to get things moving faster and ultimately, with emphasis, to generate new tax revenue. Tax increment financing is not a new tax. Instead, it redirects future ad valorem tax growth, and frankly, in an area where there hasn't been much growth for nearly 50 years. 1981 was the last major investment on the private side in North Beach. Ad valorem tax growth from within the zone to pay for eligible public improvements within the same zone. Local TERS examples involving Nueces County that are current: City of Corpus Christi TERS number 2, which is the island, created in 2000, which is 1,930 acres. City of Corpus Christi number 3, downtown, created in 2008, 856 acres. City of Robstown TERS number 2, created in 2012, 879 acres. And City of Ingleside TERS number 1, created in 2014, 1,280 plus acres. And that source is the Texas Comptroller Public Accounts of the 2018 report.
Just a quick question. Do those TERS last for a particular period of time?
Yes, ma'am. It's designated within the plan that's set forth.
So you can control that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and the governmental entities that start it and begin with, in this area, about 20 years. A lot of times you try to time that within bonding capacity. Whether or not you issue bonds is a choice in the future, but you would leave those options open. So it could be 20 years, 25 years, or plus. This is a great slide from the City of Corpus Christi. They've presented it a number of times on not only TERS number 4 creation, but TERS number 3. And I'll be happy to share this presentation with each of you as well. How it works, I'm going to try to not be as much of a computer nerd. I know Commissioner Vaughn's smiling at me because I am a computer nerd about this. But if you look at this, you have year 1 and year 20. So in year 1, you have what you call the base assessed value, and that's right here in blue, and where that blue arrow is. Current revenue continues to Nueces County and all participating entities, in this case the city and hopefully Del Mar College. They've partnered at full participation in each of the past, including downtown. Throughout the entire term, in this case 20 years is being proposed. Incremental AV, which is in yellow above, that's the incremental assessed value. Incremental growth and valuations of real property within the TERS creates tax revenue for the TIF, which is really the bank account, and pays for eligible project costs. And those projects are public projects. The total AV, and this is really one of the main reasons why entities entertain TERS, is because of the fact that in a no-growth or blighted area, although North Beach has some exceptional facilities in the Texas State Aquarium, the USS Lexington, it has a lot of challenges, a lot of vacant and blighted property. In a no-growth or slow-growth area, you're creating what you call the total AV. So at the end of this TERS, the full value, upon the TIF term ending, the total assessed value now belongs to all taxing entities in perpetuity. So I'll say very frankly, 100% of nothing is still nothing. And if we jumpstart, like it said in the last slide, then we can actually help North Beach grow. Benefits of a TERS, and this comes from the State Comptroller's website: builds and or maintains needed public infrastructure in blighted areas lacking adequate development to attract businesses or private investment, and encourages development, thereby increasing property values and long-term property tax collections, and reduces the cost and risk to private development by providing reimbursement for for eligible public improvements. Why create a TERS on North Beach? With approximately $200 million of property value on North Beach, only approximately $68.1 million is taxable. Your ad valorem tax revenue per acre is very low. North Beach needs increased density. One of the reasons, I don't know if I can show this on, if this is possible to show this on the screen real quick. The city of Corpus Christi and the port of Corpus Christi are the two largest landowners on North Beach. So the area in red that you can see is owned by the city and the port, which is great. You know, they're great partners and they have invested quite a bit in North Beach, but that's non-taxable for ad valorem. So when you look at taxable value, which is $68.1 million, you're in a position where you've got a low tax revenue per acre, which frankly requires more density. If you can increase density, then you have the ability for valuations to go up, not tax rates, but valuations that go up, and that supports not only the North Beach area, but the entire county, city, possibly Del Mar, and when the TIF ends. The annual ad valorem generated in 2018 for each taxing entity is here. You multiply the 68.1 million, which is an approximate number. The city staff is working on that number right now. They're proving it up and making it better, which is great. Those numbers, revenue for ad valorem is approximately $426,000 per year for the city, $210,000 for Nueces County per year, and Del Mar College $192,000 per year. I'll add my opinion. I believe those revenues are probably much lower than the numbers that you've invested in North Beach per year. So if you're a business, it's time to jumpstart North Beach. 2018 total, only $829,000 plus is generated from the entire TERS area of over 435 acres on North Beach. This translates to less than $1,950 ad valorem per acre, which is much lower. I'll give you an example, like in our neighborhood, Commissioner Mata's RS6, you have 6 homes in 1 acre. You roughly, I'd say it's a $200,000 home. It's about $1,200 a year in taxes or so to the city. And in that case, 1,200 times 6, that's much higher than $1,950 per acre. Why create a TERS on North Beach? Timing is everything. The new La Vista Point Lighthouse Seaside Village project is already under construction. You can drive by today. The largest private investment on North Beach, it is the largest private investment on North Beach since 1981. And again, we've seen considerable investments in the aquarium in the Lexington, but those are nonprofits, and we continue to support them. They bring 800,000 people a year, but the private side is really where we're trying to draw in investment to jumpstart North Beach. La Vista Point is a $24 million project that will increase the taxable value by approximately 35% the moment it comes online. The reason why that's important, it is very rare to have a major impact project like La Vista Point under construction to prove up early funding for a TERS increment assessed value. So the time is now to create it. And when I think the last time I was at this podium was with Irma Caballero with the city about 10 years ago, asking for support to create the downtown TERS. And at that time, we did not have a project underway. I mean, there were talks about Metropolis Lofts, which became Cosmopolitan, and others, but there wasn't one really underway. So this is a rare opportunity. And that's the point that I make here. The highly successful city of Corpus Christi downtown TERS number 3 did not have a $24 million project underway when the city, county, and Del Mar all partnered together and fully committed to the creation of TERS number 3, which I believe, in my opinion, and I think a lot of will agree, it's a success. Quick pictures of the La Vista Point. Why create a TERS on North Beach? North Beach needs maintenance. The TERS number 4 in North Beach will primarily maintain public facilities to a much higher standard than today. Beach maintenance and accessibility improvements, public right-of-way mowing, public restroom maintenance, lighting improvements, wayfinding signage, and much more. North Beach needs increased density, and I've already spoken on that, by supporting structured parking. What you don't want eventually is a bunch of surface parking lots that don't support the density that you're trying to create. As North Beach grows, parking will be a major problem. Thinking ahead and creating density not only helps generate higher tax revenue per capita, but also helps the Texas State Aquarium, USS Lexington, future amusement parks, and private developments to build structured parking. You get the density there, and you get that programmed activity, and that's really what draws people to that area from outside the area. So 800,000 plus visiting turn into 1 million, turn into more. North Beach needs increased public safety and quicker response times. When the new Harbor Bridge is completed, the closest fire station responding to North Beach will be number 3 on Morgan. This increased distance greatly slows response times. We have good response times now and great people responding, but extending that distance is going to be a great challenge, not to mention when it floods. So with over 800,000 visitors already showing up each year, increased public safety coverage is a necessity moving forward, not to mention there are a lot of taxpayers on North Beach as well. Public restrooms need maintenance. Infrastructure, access to the beach, parking. And here are a couple of shots of in September 2018. It was not a major storm, but there's obviously a flooding issue there. The TERS itself is more about maintenance and structured parking. So the capital expenditures are really to solve the drainage is really our capital expenditures for the city. Lastly, next steps, the creation process. So what's the current progress and what's to be expected? The Corpus Christi City Council voted on April 9th, 2019, unanimously, which is great, to support a motion of direction led by City Councilman Everett Roy, seconded by City Councilman Rudy Garza, which included, and I quote, direct staff for the legal department to pursue the creation of TERS number 4 on North Beach, among other recommendations. The North Beach Infrastructure Task Force has provided the City of Corpus Christi its feasibility and financial analysis of the 400-plus taxable properties, including 20-year evaluation projections at no cost. And just as a visual, this is a printout of every taxable property on North Beach. We had real estate.
Does Ronnie Canales know you have that?
Well, I tell you what, I'd love for him to look at it because he has the exact numbers that we believe we do. But I'll tell you, there's
That's wrong though, right?
this is every property idea that's taxable on North Beach, and it projects them out 20 years. You'll see one highlighted here, which is the La Vista Point project, which takes that property on the tax rolls valued right now at a little over $1 million to $25 million, because they're putting $24 million in it, and they've been very public and upfront about that, which is rare too. So everything here, there are no assumptions of any zoning changes. There are no assumptions of any kind of, you don't go in and say, this is a residential neighborhood and project a 100-story skyscraper just to get your numbers. This is very realistic. This is, God bless you.
Thank you.
Very conservative in estimating. It's below the average over the last 8 years of valuation increases at a 3% year over year. So it adjusts for potential recessions, and it protects government entities. So this is just a visual. We provided the actual data already to the city. I'm wrapping up. That was provided at no cost, just to help the process moving forward. The North Beach Infrastructure Task Force, which I'm not a part of, I'm really just a volunteer, dozens of volunteers and many supporters, some of which are with us today, strong advocates for North Beach, and are encouraged by the commitment to understand the need already made by Corpus Christi City Manager Peter Zanoni. We have met with him a number of times, his Chief of Staff Michael Rodriguez, Engineer Jerry Shoemaker, and I have to point out the exceptional detail work done by Arlene Medrano of the city and moving forward with its creation. Her detail work is going to be critical to the success, and she is on the ball. She's very, very good. There are many who are working on this within the city. However, these 4 have really stepped up and shown their level of expertise. So today, with your support of this resolution, instilling confidence, letting the city know that you entertain and you support the creation of the process of TERS number 4, we anticipate the city holding a public hearing with presentation to the City Council by city staff recommending to create TERS number 4 in North Beach in the next 30 to 45 days. The 8 steps of creation, so you know where we are in the full process are. And this comes from the State Comptroller's website. The items in white are really just an update to you. Prepare a preliminary financing plan that's at or near completion. City publishes the hearing notice. We anticipate that very soon. City holds a public hearing, and that's what we just said. We anticipate 30 to 45 days. City designates a reinvestment zone. Draft boundary is already defined. The city prepares a project plan and financing plan at or near completion. Contribution to the tax increment fund by other taxing entities, taxing units or entities. That's where the city comes back to you and talks to you about the details and provides you the plan and the financials and allows your staff and everyone within the county to really get into the numbers and look at it so you can make that financial decision. And implement the tax increment financing, which includes establishing a TERS board, much like all the other TERS in the area. And just then, from moving forward, just submit the annual reports to the comptroller. We're about right there, where that yellow arrow is. Your resolution today gives confidence to the city in moving forward. And I can't thank you enough. The leadership that judge, commissioners that you set an example by really will help jumpstart North Beach, and I appreciate that, and we appreciate you very much. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer with as best I can. Again, I'm a volunteer.
Well, first, I'd just like to say thank you. You did a great job. Chad has spent countless hours on the task force just to volunteer, and he should be part of it, and hopefully will be. Carrie Myers Robertson, and she's in North Beach. I always call her the face of North Beach because she has pushed for a TERS for years when I was on the city council, and we just never got it. I believe that North Beach is the jewel of the city. It's been ignored for decades, and we finally have someone, a developer, that's actually interested. So this is the first step in us going forward to hopefully get the drainage fixed over there. And I think this would give the city confidence that we do support it. So I'll yield to you guys.
Well, the only thing I want to say is that I'm keenly aware of how important a county's duties are to manage their infrastructure. And what I see the TERS as doing for us is creating a savings account, if you will, allowing us to have a source of revenue for public projects that are sorely needed. And we just, for whatever reason, have made the decision to ignore. And this gives us an opportunity, as you said, half of zero is still zero. And this gives us an opportunity to jumpstart development, to do so in a responsible way, to work with our partners. And that's what I like most about this, is that for the first time in a long time, I see the city and county really in lockstep with saying it's time, but let's do this together. So what today's resolution is, and I had the opportunity to visit with Manager Zanoni and say, this is for you. I'm not trying to step on toes here, but I think it's really important that you know that whether or not your county supports this endeavor, and if we do, that should help you at the city know that you could come back to us, and because of course the ad valorem is where the nexus comes in. But right now, we don't have a hope. This county does not have the dollars, as we sit here talking today, to make all these public improvements to in a way that we could help, our community. And that's why I think the TERS is so important, is that you can think of it almost as a savings account for our public infrastructure. And sometimes you have to force it in order to make it happen. But in this case, the lighthouse is a gift on top of everything. Usually you do this in hopes that a project like that comes. And here we are doing it in reverse. But of course, the real excitement would be the investment of several $100 million in a major North Beach redevelopment.
Judge, I would move passage on this for discussion's sake.
I think it's a great project. I really, when I went to look at it, I wasn't too sure, but when they start the construction of the lighthouse on that, it just gave me the impression, hey, if they already started doing that, then they got to be for real, right? So this, and I appreciate the fact that they're already spending money, to show us that they're for real. And I think in the long run, 20 years from now, maybe we'll start drawing that money, we can wait. We may not be here, but, but anyway, I think it's a great idea. I think that we should stand behind it, the whole Commissioners Court. Commissioner, you're doing a good job. Appreciate you. So I think it'll be worthwhile.
Thank you.
And Chad, thank you for working on this, you with all the others that are putting their own time and resources into this. It is a great project, as you know, when I was on the city council for a while there, for a part of my tenure there, I represented North Beach, and so it was always lacking. We would meet, and it's like this discombobulated amount of parceled land that you can never connect together, and to hear that there are areas that are being looked at and taken in full swath and being able to include in a general master plan really is exciting. And to see what the vision is it's not just a pipe dream. It's not just something that's come up, and the people behind it are real. They're genuine. They have the backing to do it. And to see the headquarters, the war room, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was just a cute name to give to a facility, to walk in and you see all these designs everywhere on the walls. And I said, this is great. And as got to see the video again and to see everything that's planned. And then I said, this is exactly what you think of the heyday when you think of those Doc McGregor photos and everything. And then Peter Davidson, who is a great, wonderful resource that came from the city of Corpus Christi, was like, well, let's look at the hallway. And there they are. There are all the photos of back in the day of what North Beach was. And like you said, there's some great resources there right now. But to be able to add this, and of course, hopefully we can be part of supporting this and really help push this forward. But you absolutely have my full support. I mean, I agree, Judge. I mean, half of nothing is still nothing. So we shouldn't argue. We should never have anyone, I mean, I'm sure there'll be people that will find a reason they feel justified to not want to support it, but I can't imagine that here, because this is such a worthwhile project that in the end, it's only based on the development and the growth from one main project and all the other offshoots that will help be spurred by that growth, that will help support this tier. So, have my full support on this. Thank you.
I'm not a math guy, but half a zero is half a zero, right?
You can keep going. It's as many zeros it is. I want to tell you, I did talk to Patel last night briefly, and he's interested. He's really, really looking forward to it. And I don't want to get in front of you guys, but I mean, I'm talking to other people about what you guys are doing. Thank you.
And I think Patel will be a big asset in that area.
I couldn't agree more.
And I recognize, Judge recognized Keith Selman here, and I just want to please carry the message back home, as they say. We're here to help. That's all. We're really just here to kind of weigh in, because I think any time we affect our tax base, we should work together. And that's what I see. I see we've tried it one way. We've kind of hoped and wished, and we got lucky in many ways with the aquarium. Very lucky to get the Texas state designation. By the way, to get extra dollars out of the legislature this year, I would have lost money in Vegas on that one. So I think that we've had some excellent things, but we've tried it one way. All my kids are grown now, and I was there in 1996 when my uncle was the honorary chair of that aquarium, and it hasn't happened yet. So what happens? You can hit the brick wall, or you can decide to turn left, and we need to turn left, and we need to do something different. And this is different, and this is why I think that it has potential. And we have a lot of vetting to do, a lot of planning to do, a lot of details to present. But just know, as you embark in this first step, the purpose of this agenda item was to show support for your Arrow 1 and 2. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Gil's here too?
He is.
Where? Oh, hey, got the shades on. Okay. Councilman, welcome. And we, again, please carry the message back to those council members that we're here to, we're here to be supportive.
Judge, I want to thank the Commissioners Court and you for supporting this. And Mr. Salmon, will you send a message back over there to the mayor for me? Tell him the ball's in his court.
I think I've done this wrong 5 times. I'm going to call for a vote. I'm going to get this right.
Judge, may I ask for
of course.
one more thing?
Of course.
It's a big deal.
Okay.
As long as you want.
Wait a minute, let me
The
be
more you
careful,
talk, the
of
less
course.
risk, the more risk there
I learned
is.
that from Todd Hunter. The more you talk, the less votes you get.
Yeah.
But at risk
Yes?
of that, I think it's important to ask Miss Jenny Cross to come up and read something real quick from the chamber.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jenny. Welcome. And I'm assuming, Commissioners, everyone's had the opportunity to read our resolution. I'll ask Tyner to follow Jenny, and just on the closing, Tyner, on ours. Yeah, the now therefore, after Jenny.
Good morning, judges, and
Good morning.
I just wanted to make you aware that the United Corpus Christi Chamber Board did pass a resolution in favor of the TERS, and I wanted to thank Commissioner Vaughn for coming and presenting to us, and unanimously support this, so we hope you move forward. This is going to be great for North Beach and for the whole city.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
If I may,
Tyner.
Judge.
Thank you.
Now therefore be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby support the process of the City of Corpus Christi creating the North Beach TERS Number 4 on or before July 31, 2019, details subject to further review with possible action of support and full participation by the Nueces County Commissioners Court.
Call the question, Judge.
Yes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGill. Thank you, everybody. Jenny, all our city friends. Okay, I'm going to call for the consent agenda motion. Today, Commissioners, we have A through Q. I just want to make a comment on N and Q, so I'm pulling. No real concerns at all, just comments to give you some information. N and Q as in Queen.
Motion to pass the rest of the agenda items.
Do I have a second?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay. Hold on.
We're trying to rush by it.
Well, he's hungry. No. Okay, we'll give it just a pause.
Item G.
Item G is pulled for Commissioner Modas.
You got something there, Commissioner Gonzalez, that you made me hold up?
Is that it, Commissioner? I want to pull N.
N is in Nancy,
No, I'm sorry, not,
M is in Mary.
sorry, where's the other one?
Mary?
Nancy.
Okay, I already pulled it.
Q
Yeah,
and J.
Q and J. Okay.
And I think that's it for me.
Okay, Commissioner Vaughn, do you have any? Commissioner Modas?
Motion to pass the rest.
I've got a motion to pass the rest for our clerk. We're pulling as G, J, N, and Q. Okay, I'm going to take it in reverse order since I started. I just wanted to inform commissioners on Q that I know there was, some, I don't want to really use the word concern, but there was some interest in knowing more about, the right best practices for lease agreements on the airport and how we're going to be doing business in the future. And I just want to thank Director John Cox for really meeting with an expert that I brought in out of Houston. And his name was Drew Coates, and he just came in to kind of offer a visual assessment and to visit with him. And I think in the future you'll see an agenda item maybe to bring him in. It's an amazing asset. It's got so much potential. We've invested a ton of money there, but it's not yielding the revenues that we need it to. And so we've got to make some, we've got to have a strategic plan for our airport. And John's very accommodating and very willing, and he's got a good board. And so I just wanted to point that out, that as you see this lease agreement, don't dismay that, gosh, did we give it away again? Because I think we're on the right track now, and we need a little time in the county judge's office to work with John and possibly bring you back this opportunity for Mr. I believe his name is Drew Cox. Is that right? Coates, Drew Coates, to kind of come in. He works with FBOs all over the country, and, we can be competitive, but we can't have invested all that money to just make it look pretty. And by the way, it's got our predecessor judge's name on it, so we got to make it great. It's real important. So anyway, so that's it. And so I'll move passage, ask for a motion on Q. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. And then I pulled N. I just wanted commissioners to know that I had the opportunity to meet with Chef Abdul and learned that our chef that owns the bistro downstairs is an executive chef trained by the Cordon Bleu in Paris. If you didn't know that, if you knew it, good for you. I didn't know that. And I just want to say, let's all support our local bistro downstairs. There's new management. It's got amazing opportunities to order lunch. And a lot of us as department heads often do working lunches, and they take orders, and it's great it's a great amenity for our county. So let's support him, and I'm very satisfied after our full discussion that he's going to do a great job for us this year. So that's all there is on N. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. And now I'll move to J. Who pulled J? Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez, will you lead?
I'd like to know where the funding's coming from.
From my precinct and CO funds.
CO funds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that would be the method of procurement for IB McGee, and that comes from Commissioner Chesney's CO funds.
And other precinct funds, right.
I'm sorry, and just general precinct funds?
Right. This is all money that's already been approved. Unfortunately, we've had a little problem getting it off the ground, but it's all there.
I understand you had problems getting off the ground.
Yep, that's all there. We've re-engineered it. We've got it down to where it is within the.
Come on
budget
up,
that we
Michael.
Actually have.
And Juan, if you're here too, it's kind of nice to know that we're really working very collaboratively.
County engineer.
Now, want to talk about that a little bit, Michael?
I just wanted to point out, I believe this is our first collaborative work with Coastal Parks and Public Works working together
Going very well.
to move this
Cheers to
project
that.
forward, and I'm looking forward to us getting this off the ground. And because of the good, close working relationship between Juan, myself, and Scott Cross and Coastal Parks, I believe we're going to have success this time around.
Thank you, I do too.
Very good. So moved.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. And then the last one is G, Commissioner Modis.
Thank you, Judge. Let's see, so I don't know who's going to answer my questions on G?
Okay, Maria? No, Sheriff? Sheriff, do you mind coming up, talking about Stone Garden grant?
Did you have a specific question, sir?
Yes, sir. So I know in the past that the city of Driscoll has been excluded from Stone Garden. I was just wondering, are they going to be included in this next opportunity? Because they had funded before, and the way I understood it is that your predecessor took away that opportunity, and so, city of Driscoll's stretched thin already.
I'm pretty sure I'm the one that fielded that phone call, and he wanted to get in past the deadline.
Okay.
We did give him plenty of instruction as far as getting on board next time around.
That's fine with
But I
me.
agree with you.
But I know that.
As well as Agua Dulce. Agua Dulce, I want them in on it too.
Okay. Well, I know before that they were, at least the information I had from a previous police chief out there in Driscoll, was that they had been excluded from your predecessor, so
I don't
that's
know
all I was
about
just
my
trying to figure out.
predecessors.
But they were not included because they missed a deadline there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good enough for me, thank you.
I have another question, Sheriff, on this, the grant submitted by the Sheriff's Department or by the Grants Department?
We did.
Who submits the grant? The sheriff? Somebody.
So it is, the application is prepared by the sheriff's office. The ultimate approval does need to go through Judge Canales, in which our office has her login information, now that it's through the governor's office through their online and e-grants portal.
Approved by Judge Canales or the Commissioner's Court?
By Commissioner's Court. So there's a resolution. Yeah, so once the resolution is approved, then we go in and we certify the application on behalf of the court and Judge
The reason I
Canales.
brought that up, because my next question is that, remember a while back, Sheriff, I talked about the code enforcement officers, from our code enforcement officers being maybe part of that Stonegate, so they can do traffic control on County Road 35 and 37, which is off of Saratoga. Unless, hopefully, maybe your officers can assure me that they're gonna be there, do some traffic control on 35 and 37. It's right by the landfill, the Gully landfill, off of it runs into Saratoga. We have a lot of problems there with traffic. We have problems there with illegal dumping, and I was hoping that somehow we can get maybe next year to look at it, getting our code enforcement officers involved in it, just so they can do some enforcement in that area. And those are county roads, so. Okay, so if it's not now, maybe we can look at it for next time. But if not, this year, we can hopefully get maybe somebody patrol, maybe just to work it a little bit, because we're having a big problem out there.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so, wait, I'll get with you later on that for next year. Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate it. So move. Okay, so it's just my-
Okay, Commissioner, do you feel, is that satisfactory? Question?
Oh, yes, yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, so I've got a motion, and can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same size. Thank you so much.
Now, Judge, the rest, you had a motion and a second, but I didn't, there was no vote on all the rest.
So move.
I feel like I'm in the twilight zone.
Which?
I know we did, but all right, all those in favor signify by saying aye of all the consent agenda? Aye. Post same sign. Okay. Always better to be safe than sorry. Okay. All right, everyone, this is your time where you need to roll your neck. You need to do this. We're about to head into the regular agenda, and it is very long. But I will tell you that it just goes to show you that the Nueces County Commissioners Court is an incredibly active court, and we will do our best. I will ask the cooperation of all those presenters to be efficient, but we will hear each and every one of you, in its entirety. But if you'll help me, it'll get to the crux of the matter quickly, and we'll be able to ask our questions, and hopefully you can answer them. Let's start off with the county extension agent, Donnie Montemayor. Hi, Donnie. We have a candidate today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Judge, the commissioners, members of the court, of course, it's an honor always to be here to visit with you. I wanted to just bring an opportunity that was posed to Nueces County on my behalf. I asked the state to allow us to have an assistant county extension agent, and most recently, I had the opportunity to hire Lane Spanigal. Lane comes to us from Texas A&M University as the assistant 4-H agent in Nueces County. We were afforded the opportunity to have an assistant agent here because of the large 4-H program that we have associated with the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service here in our county. We have over 715 members. I believe we have 27 clubs across Nueces County that supports education in the youth leadership areas. We actually are fourth in the state, even among all the metropolitan areas within the whole state of Texas. So we just wanted to introduce Lane to you. We also have Norma Muniz, our family community health agent, and our county administrator there. And then Kyle McManus. Kyle McManus is our 4-H agent, which Lane will be actually working with him majority of the time. She is designated for 4-H in that role. This does not cost the county anything. This is totally state supported. This is our way of training new agents to move into the county extension roles all over the state of Texas, particularly in my district. I'd like to keep them in my district. But Lane's comes to work with us, and she's doing a great job. Just wanted to give you the opportunity to meet her and let you all know that we're moving forward with a new agent in our office.
Really welcome you. Very exciting. We're so proud to be the best urban rural county in Texas. Nobody does it better than us.
There is no county that has, it's basically two counties.
It is.
Opinion. You know,
It
right
is.
at where my office is on Highway
Agreed.
44, the AgriLife Extension Service there, Research Center, you could actually say there's two counties, Western Nueces County and
I couldn't agree with you more, but that's what makes us unique and special in the 254. And I look forward to working with you all, and thank you for all that you do, because of course 4-H reaches so many of our kiddos. And if you think about it, Donnie, I'd love for you to make appointment at my office. I want to talk to you about an idea that I've had for a while now. And now that I see Lane, I know that it's right.
We've been trying to get a hold of you, but
Is that right?
Oh, it's been hard.
I am not surprised.
It's been hard.
Well, guess what? You have
Hey,
my
I've been trying to get hold of her too. Don't feel bad.
you have my attention. I would welcome it, and I'll make sure that happens. And I want to talk about a county fair. So, and where,
Fall of the year?
I'm sorry?
Fall of the year?
In October. But I want experts to tell me, but look, we need to celebrate our rural heritage. We are really an amazing part of the history of our state, and I'm taking some leads. I have some friends in Washington County, and I'm a little jealous.
That's one of my counties.
Well, it's one of the best county fairs. It's the oldest county fair in Texas. Let's bring one home to Nueces. So I'd like to talk to you all about that. Welcome, Lane. Thank you. Commissioners?
Any
Okay.
questions for Lane?
Nope. Okay, this is an update, Commissioners. Our second agenda item is MHID, and Mark did a good job last time, and he's back.
I'm back. You can't get rid of me.
I think you have some good answers, though, for Commissioner, I think Gonzalez asked you a question. You've got some good answers.
Absolutely, yes.
And just give us the highlights here.
Sounds great. Good morning, Judge. Good morning,
Morning.
Commissioners. I'll be as brief as possible. The materials that you've been provided is an evolution of what was provided at the last meeting. What I've gone ahead and done is simplified it by removing the fiscal 18 data. It's not going to change, so we presented that data. So now what you have in front of you is just this fiscal 19 data. So with May services and the cost-benefit analysis having been included in this, just as the highlight, our total expenses through May are $1,026,237.41, and our estimated net savings are $2,007,488.38. Commissioner Vaughn, you had asked what our administrative and overhead costs were, so I've gone ahead and included that as a highlight here in the summary. So you'll see through May, those are $146,957. Commissioner Gonzalez, your question at the previous meeting as to what we had expended on our off-duty CCPD contracts, that has also been provided and included for you, sir. Let me grab that for you. Through May 31st, we have, I'm sorry? Yes, sir. It should be, you should have the summary that looks like this, and then also 2 Excel spreadsheets.
Okay, thanks.
So that total, sir, is $26,740 on off-duty Corpus Christi police officers with our crisis intervention teams.
And,
I don't have them, but those are the ones you gave to me when we met.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
And
Okay.
they were emailed as
I've
well,
got 'em.
so you
Okay.
should have them.
Yeah, okay. I'm just missing the Excel, but they're in my room. Thank you.
And so, in addition to the breakdown of the expenses for CCPD officers, we've also provided the detailed breakdown of the expense categories from October 1st.
hold on, I'm trying to look for the officers thing here.
I think it's on the Excel spreadsheet.
This one here?
The attachment was an Excel. It should be a single sheeter.
We don't have
This one?
That is the budgetary breakdowns. There should be a second tab for that. If not, I can provide a copy to you.
I got that one.
No, I don't have that one either.
You don't have that one either.
I have a copy here. I'd be happy to provide him. Yeah.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Well, I think we all need a copy. I mean,
It's on our emails. It's on our,
Oh, yeah, I saw this one.
let me look.
I don't have it on any email, so I don't know. I didn't get any email. If you sent it to the judge, it didn't get to me, so I need a copy.
Okay,
They emailed me a packet yesterday, and I forwarded it to everybody on the court yesterday afternoon.
thanks, Tyner.
But I printed what was attached this morning, and I put it at everybody's location. So
The Excel document that was attached, Tyner, had 2 tabs. So if you only printed
I probably only printed 1 tab.
Okay, 7. Okay, I hate to ask this, but Maggie, go run a copy. It will just take a second. Skip that part. Tell us other things while they're doing that agenda.
Absolutely.
I mean, that errand.
So I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have. We're still finalizing our service data and information from our update a few weeks ago. So highlights are we've continued to serve at this point over 400 individuals. We've saved thousands of days in jail and hundreds of days in local hospitalizations, as well as thousands of days in state hospitalizations, which is where you see the primary cost benefit for the activities.
I have a couple.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people do you have salaries?
Do I have salaried?
Yeah.
The total number of staff for the programs, ma'am, for our jail diversion program, currently we have 5 positions.
5 positions.
For our jail-based competency restoration program, we have 2 positions. And for our crisis intervention teams, we have 7 positions.
Okay, I always look at the biggest numbers, and the other one is the contract organization external. Can you tell me about that?
Absolutely. So the largest percentage of that is based on our contract with Charlie's Place Recovery Center. So that's where our law enforcement officers with our CIT teams have the ability to divert individuals from arrest that could have been arrested for substance possession or public intoxication, et cetera, directly into detox or residential services.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just want to point out that MHID is supporting the county and the hospital district's effort this month. It'll be presented, I hope, this month at the hospital district board meeting to really kind of do a deep dive and say, gosh, we started this program and we could use a little bit of looking into here so that we can find out what's going right, what we could do better, what resources, if we had them, would make a difference. If you weren't having to sort of handhold all the way through the chain of command, what we could accomplish. And so I think that I just want the commissioners to know that the hospital district's entertaining, kind of with your blessing and consent, the idea that we would hire a consultant at the hospital district to come in and assist this jail diversion program really start to soar and really see those savings maybe even double if we had the right resources, because you've already started this program and now you can really tell us
Yes, ma'am,
what's working.
absolutely.
Is that a good, and now I sound like a lawyer, is that a fair assessment?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. The economies of scale are a huge factor in these efforts and these projects, and so the more of it that we do as a community, the greater the impact's going to be.
Great. Well, I just want to say how much I appreciate it. It's really, Mike, everybody, it's been great to know that we can go straight to the source and say, what do you think? Can we work together on this so that we can make your job better and easier? And I'm really excited about it. I was just getting some info that I think it's going to be July 16th, and I'm going to ask if you join me at that hospital, whatever the next hospital district board meeting. I may be wrong on the date, 16th, that you all come so that you can offer your resource.
You know, and Judge, this is a great program, and I supported it from the beginning. I still support it beginning. I just, there's a couple of things that really, I just think that the city needs to do their part, and I've said this from the beginning, mental health, MHMR, the county puts out $380,000, right? For the mental health behavioral center. That's what y'all get from the county. And the city only gives you $50,000. So now we're paying for all those police officers, for $26,000. So, I mean, where is the city here? I mean, this is what I want to know. And I don't understand about, when you say 116.19 to 131, he worked every single day for $320? Really is not enough.
No, what you're seeing there, Commissioner, is, let me get back. Oh, I think I gave you my copy.
Here.
When you got 116 to 131, that tells me he worked every day, I guess. And there's not enough money for a police officer, so.
What you're seeing there, sir, are actually the invoice dates for the hours that were worked.
So we don't know how many hours they work?
We do, but I did not bring that level of detail with me, sir. But the shifts run from...
We're paying them per hour.
Correct, $40 per hour. And so those shifts are after hours. The CCPD has a primary crisis intervention team officer that they've committed to the team. That officer works from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then we subcontract for officers from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week.
They're on the road all day long?
Yes, sir. And they hub out of our Pathways Crisis Respite Unit. And so we also, Assistant Chief White has provided us a police radio. And so the teams monitor calls that are mental health related, and they respond directly to dispatch so that they can intercept those calls, as well as receiving calls directly from officers on the street.
So they're getting paid with their own call? I guess waiting for
Yes, sir.
I might not get a call that day at all.
I'm sorry?
I might not get a call that day at all, right?
No, sir. We're averaging anywhere from probably 8 to 20 calls a day.
Well, that's just my only concern, Judge. I mean, I think, county's always, we've always paid more than the city for things that we do. And I'm going to bring it up again, when we're doing $380,000 for mental health, and they're doing $50,000, doesn't net up? So $26,000 more they can put in there shouldn't. I think they should pick up that bill. I mean, this is their part. I mean, we're doing our part, they need to do their part. And
Well,
I'm
I
sorry,
think
Councilman Gill, I mean, I'm sorry to bring this up to you, but, you know, I know you're here and, you know, take it back with you too, right?
Well, and I'd like to reach out to you guys, just to kind of get you back in the loop. The reason I hadn't is because I had to kind of go through the hospital district first. And, but it's ripe now because it's an agenda item on the hospital district board. And the idea is to hire a consultant who basically established and implemented the Bexar County jail diversion program. And so the idea is to hire this team to come in and assist us with our program to do a deep dive into figuring out how we can do it better and have even better results. Because we didn't quite give the jail diversion program all the resources they needed, not because we were being too conservative. They don't exist. They're not here. So the idea is help assess what we need to build or what we need to establish or who we need to collaborate with. But I mean, I think the city would probably welcome at least at this moment the information to have the conversation. MHID just stands ready to do the work, and I'm sure they don't care who gives them the money. They're there as professionals to do the work. And but I think that we're in it together. And so hey, let's have the conversation. At least you should know what we're doing, what we're spending. We should know what your interest is, what you're doing, what you're spending. And this is a time that this assessment could benefit both of us. So, and I will involve, of course, Chief Merkel, of course. But yeah, you're getting all kinds of stuff you didn't know. Well, are there any other questions for Mark at this time?
I have a suggestion.
Sure.
And this is not rude, but I remember when I first got on the council, acronyms drove me nuts. It took me a year to figure out what they were. There were so many, and I think because we work in the government, we know, but the public doesn't know. So when we say MHID, they don't know it's mental health and intellectual disabilities. And so I think it helps them, and you guys can do what you want to, but I'm ever mindful of that because people will say, what is that? So I just think we get used to it, I think.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And it changed recently.
It did.
So it's like the prayers in church. There's the old ways and the new ways, you know. Definitely, we'll start making that a little bit more mainstream. I think that's a great suggestion. Okay, so thank you so much. If there's nothing further from the team, okay. You guys good? Yes. So that's one thing is that I'm going to travel with the MHID team to Harris County, and we're going to go walk the walk. We're going to go see how they're doing it. What are the best practices? You know, we're not here to reinvent the wheel. We're here to really learn from some of the people that really need to be the good teachers here, and they're dealing with it at a level of jail pop that's unbelievable. So, yeah, I'm excited about that. And I went to Harlingen, a week ago with Christus and toured the Palms, which is the behavioral health facility for both adolescents, children, and geriatric patients. And that was an incredible experience. So every time you hear me say it, I'm not preaching. I'm trying to learn alongside with all of you, but I will lead. I am not afraid to do it, but I'm going to do it from a position of strength, not weakness. So we're going to take these trips, and there might be one more in our future too, which is Bexar County. So
Yes, ma'am.
anyway, thank you all so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Really appreciate it.
We appreciate your support.
Thank you. Okay, given that we've picked on him now, let's take him out of order so you can get back to work, Keith. It's not you per se, but I think there's an interesting item that you're going to have interest in, and that's number
7.
Help me out. 7? Let's go to 7. Well, really, animal control too, but let's go to 7. And this is an agenda item that states that we're going to discuss options and methods for consolidating, transferring Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District into a sole Nueces County governance. Wow, that was written a little stronger than I might have put, but Keith, good job, Tyner. good job flying the Nueces flag.
Judge, can I interject too?
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate, Laura, to do 6 with 7? Because one of the ideas that I am going to put forward on the animal control is to look at possibly doing some consolidation with the city on that one too. Can we consider them both at the same time, and so that I don't have to say the same thing twice and have the same discussion? Is that something we could do?
It's probably better that you keep them separate.
Okay, well, just know that that's something I want to talk about too.
Okay, well, I don't mind starting anywhere. What I want to preface this with, Keith Selman here for the record, is that, that the goal here, from my perspective, is I want these guys here to engage in a discussion and kind of give me authority to go talk to you all and say, hey, look, we know this is a problem, and I want you to know the genesis. We've been doing budget workshops every day for weeks. And when the health department came, this is kind of what came up, is how inefficient some of the way we work, from our accounting procedures to our payroll to holidays to P cards. You know, I don't have to give it to you. You know the laundry list. And that's why the agenda item got generated. And so the idea is if we could talk about it, then the Commissioners Court could say, Judge, we would welcome you to go talk to city manager and anybody else that would wanted to participate, mayor, council, to engage in a conversation that was had, I guess, years ago. Tyner, how long ago?
It wasn't not that long ago.
Okay, sorry.
2 years ago?
Well, 2 years ago.
4 years ago?
Okay.
It was a little heated discussion there.
Okay, but the point is that new dynamics, could we just would they empower me to go have the discussion so that I could bring back a possibility of a plan or not, right? But we don't know until we know. Okay, with that, do you have some thoughts on the matter?
Judge, again, Keith Selman, Assistant City Manager with the City of Corpus Christi, and here on behalf of the administration at the City of Corpus Christi. This particular item is something we would be eager to discuss.
Oh, good.
We do know that there are inefficiencies. I personally come from Webb County, where these activities are consolidated, and am familiar with how it works in a consolidated environment. And as you've noted, and as we have noted on our side of the table, there are inefficiencies. I would not anticipate a contested environment in this discussion. I would think everyone would be amenable and wanting to have as good a health district as we can have.
Exactly.
And that's what we all want. And we would look forward to that engagement.
Great. How about some more discussion? Let's.
I'm interested to I'm catching you off guard, and I know she told me to do it on the next agenda item, so I'm going to get you to think about the response on the animal control, because as I've gone through this, to me, this is, if you're going to be at the table, let's get to the table kind of thing, right? And I don't know how everybody feels about this. I called Carolyn yesterday because I knew this was her agenda item on the animal control, and said, look, I don't want to catch anybody off guard, or whoever's agenda item was anyway. I said, that was my thought was, I'm interested to know how it would work. So I'm very interested in how better we can run the city county health department. It all comes down to, I think that when we went into it a couple of years ago, I think there was some negativity around it that was not the right time to have that discussion. That negativity has subsided. Things have been worked out. People understand how things go. And now I think is a very positive time to say, okay, is it better for the county to run the whole health department and the city to reimburse, and maybe it's better for the city to run all of animal control and us to reimburse. And it's just a concept, because you guys are definitely way, in my opinion, miles ahead of us in animal control, So for us to reinvent the wheel doesn't sound like it would possibly serve. I get it. It's a little harder when you consolidate because we have county areas and we'd have to work all those things out. I get it. But I think the time is right to have these discussions on both of these subject matters, and certainly I'm not adverse to looking at the county if the city, and I'm not trying to take it from you either. If the city would rather, it all go into the city and we reimburse, I'm not adverse to any of that. I don't know where this is all going. I think it's a great conversation. Anything we can do to avoid duplication of services will help the taxpayer, will eventually in the long term do away with some of the expenses, because one entity's running it. It's got to be confusing for the city county health department. Who are they employed by? Where do they go run their stuff by? It's got to be a confusing situation. So I'm all in for having discussions. I'd just like to throw the animal control on the table. So that's all I got on
I
this.
think that one of the biggest things, and Keith, I think you were there when, staff were complaining at the county health department, city county health department, because we're being paid more than others, but that was because it fell under the city grant or the county grant. So it was different wages given, and it created a big issue, and people started calling all kinds of complaints. So I think in those things, then when I call and say, hey, we need to buy this for this program here, well, we can't do that because we got to go through the city first. And so you just kind of, this is why we put in the agenda for things, and I think the time is not, like Commissioner said, I think the time is not to really talk about this and see, make it a county, health department with, of course, the city is part of that as far as, y'all put in whatever you need to put in as far as funds are concerned and to run it. And that, so, and I think that probably majority of the employees right now probably under the county, the umbrella. So I think that's something we really need to, before it goes any further. And I know twice we tried to talk about it, and twice it was kind of put in the back burner.
Mr. Selman, I was on the council when we had that discussion, and it just kind of stopped. The judge did not want to do it back then, and I think the council was really open to it. I think that when government works together, the taxpayer benefits, and it's just nice to see that I see a trend going, and I believe we're trying to work together. So I will be glad with either or.
And I'm also interested, now that I know Webb County did it, I would want to make sure you're on the team when we talk, because I wonder, did they start off with two and then they fused? I'm just curious.
As far as I know, they've always been.
Always had one.
Always had one, been under the city.
Okay.
And it can happen any number of ways.
Right.
Essentially, there's a contract with the county supplies the resources, and then the city operates under that interlocal agreement and with the resources supplied by the county.
Okay. Well, it'll be good to study it, and it'd be good to have these discussions. And so the only thing that I have is maybe a tweak to the actual wording, Lauda, because I want to make sure that, I want to make sure it's right. In other words, I'm not sure what the method is at this moment. It's just, can I get a motion to,
Judge,
how would you do it?
If it's appropriate, I would move that we move forward with the negotiations between the judge and/or her representative, meaning it could be a commissioner or whoever she wants to choose, and the appropriate folks at the city for discussions in regards to a consolidation of the city-county health department.
I love that. You might want to repeat that for Kara, because that was really fast.
Replay the tape, please.
About the us.
The us, leave out the us, please. Thank you. Golly, you're hard. Do you really need me to redo it? You got the gist, right? Thanks, I appreciate it.
I got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Keith.
And I'm going to make the same, yeah.
We have a second. We have a second here, and I'm very happy to have further discussion. But if we've kind of said our piece, how about all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. I'll just ask you, Keith. We'll work together for starters, and then we'll see how it develops. It could morph into a committee, or who knows, but I think it's just nice. Today's been a really great day for me to be able to say, isn't it nice to just be able to say, hey, do you want to talk about this? And really know in your heart of hearts that you mean it, that it's not lip service, that we really do want to make this better for everybody and like you said, serve the community, so. And Dante was here earlier. Hey, Dante, man, we gotta.
It's not hard hiding behind.
We have, like on teams in school when they said, let's pick our teams. Okay, I picked Dante because, we've got a superstar here, but we all know that there's superstars on both sides, and we've got to figure out a way to make it more mainstream. And I know this is going to sound hysterical, but when we finish this, can we please move to trash cans on the beach? Because that's another one of my crazy.
I don't think we should wait on.
Okay, well then I'm ready to talk. It's not an agenda item. My county attorney will have a fit, so we cannot talk about trash cans today, but keep it in your back of your mind.
Judge, I'd like to move to 6 while he's here, and I'm going to make the same motion. I mean, I know there's other discussion.
Go to 5 first.
Oh, I just wanted to get them out of here if they would like to get out of here, if that's okay. And I was going to make the same motion on 6 as,
Well, I think 5 and 6 are related, aren't they?
or sorry, well, I'm sorry, 5. I'm going to.
Okay, so let's go to 5. Let's stay in order. Let's go to 5.
Reorganization is the one I'm trying to talk on. I'm getting my numbers out.
That's 5.
I'm going to make that same motion, and I know you'll have more discussion, but just so he hears it, and hopefully.
Got a motion, a second. I'll call for discussion.
What, number 5?
Yes, for 5. Does anybody want to take a lead on this? I know.
I think, usually we put that on the agenda, Judge, is that I think we need to really consider Also, the animal control right now is under the health department. I think it should be out of the health department. I think that it should be a department of itself that stands alone or under the public works for now until we can actually, so in the public works for now until we can get it where we want it. But I think it should be kind of a department of its own, and because, again, I think the public health is really, takes a lot of time on the animal control, and they got better things to do than worry about dogs. They got, I know that they're experts on all kinds of disease and everything else, but I think that, and I shared this with Dr. Dante and also Ms. Rodriguez about the possibility of doing that, and I think they really, I think they might support the idea, I hope.
And that may be, this is really time. I apologize. I thought this was Commissioner Vaughn's agenda item. I should have called you. I apologize.
We're kind of sharing this, but Judge, are we talking about this agenda now, or are we just talking about it with the city?
No, this is number 5.
So we're talking about it.
Well, and that's what I was wondering. So maybe it is even more pertinent to throw this in to the discussions with the city before we just take them out from under public or city health, since we're going to reorganize everything. Maybe we ought to talk about it all at one time with the city or with.
Well, I think we'll do it now, and if it happens with the city, we'll just, it'll be time before, I don't think we're going to change them tomorrow or next week or next month.
Well, I kind of agree with Commissioner, because it takes so long to do anything. I'm not being ugly, but it does, and we've got some real problems over there, and I'm with you. I don't know that it needs to be taken out of the health. Somebody has to oversee it, but I believe they need a director. I believe we need to change the name. It's animal control. They're just controlling animals. I talked to the manager over at Robstown. They told me they had not killed dogs in 2 years. We are ancient. We should not be killing dogs. Our purpose should be to save the dogs and get them adopted. And I'm not saying they don't do that. They do try, but that's not their goal. And there's a lot of changes, but we need a director over there, for sure.
I think that's why we need to probably be a department of itself, because I think that we can probably be controlled better, and I think they'd be working under, right now, I think, to me, we public works, but eventually of its own unless we go with the city, but those are the plans, but I think right now, I think we should be out of the Department of Health Department.
I don't care where y'all put it, as long, I don't want to hire a director right now if we're going to end up consolidating, but if y'all want to put it somewhere else, then tell me where you want to put it.
What I'd like to do is maybe get an amendment to the motion so that we can form some sort of a group, an ad hoc group, so that we can really visit with the health department. I bet Dr. Gonzalez has some things to probably share about how disease and animal control does interface and why did it get there in the first place, and we would have to make sure that those needs are addressed, right?
Judge, how about my amendment to my motion would be that we also, in addition to discussing with the city, that we also move to create an ad hoc committee made up of Commissioner Vaughn and Gonzalez to discuss where the appropriate place for
That's a good, and also to work with the health department, because I know that Dr. Dante, I know you would want to make sure that whatever safeguards you have in place that are important for a health department to work with animals, that if we decide to reorganize, that we keep those safeguards in place.
Hey, just a little history here. In January 4th, 1995 is when they changed the animal control from the county to the health department. It doesn't say what were the reasons, but it'll say with the cooperation of the city and county health department, transfer the animal control department to the city county health department. But it doesn't have any explanation why, whatever, but it was in 1995.
You could ask Annette, that's why we need the committee. So can
We
I get a
do.
motion that's a little more crafted? And then, do you have any thoughts on the matter? Or are you kind of just hearing to listen and to get?
I'm basically just here to listen.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's something that has been discussed, and I think, and it's in agreement with some of the things that have been discussed as
Right.
well. And we do deal with a lot of the communicable diseases, with rabies. We work together with animal control, and as well as with the state. But, creating that committee and getting all those safeguards in place and making sure that they know and that they have us as a resource as well, we're not going to go anywhere.
Judge, let's put Dante on the committee with
love it.
Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Vaughn and whoever else you think you need.
And I will tell you.
This is called voluntold.
Well, and I did meet with Annette with the health department, and she's in agreement with a lot of these, and she's got other options for other things, not everything, but I think it's a great idea.
Okay, so can I get that motion? I think that motion's been, I've got a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, no, I'll second. Was there a motion? or-
Yes, sir.
It's kind of a,
'Cause, yeah, I have some discussion on that, because I mean, I
the
think
clerks are
also
like going crazy.
we need to look at
We're terrible.
is location. I mean, that's all got to be considered as far as proper facility. I mean, I see it every time I'm there in my office in Robstown. It's there. It's next door to my office. It's right there in my yard that I have there. So I see it. I have Vaughn come over. When we, Commissioner Vaughn, I know you hear a lot from the animal community. I do too. I've been getting a lot of messages leading up to this meeting, and people are like, y'all are killing animals. It's like, well, I guess even a few is too much for many people. And, if you've had a chance to speak with one, he'll tell you the emotional toll that still having to put down even a handful of animals does. And every time I'm there in the office, he always comes from his office next door and comes over, and it's always an update on just kind of neat rescues or what, exotic animals that he's having to confiscate or deal with. But there's an emotional drain that you have to put down a life, as a pet or just even a stray, that really takes something on him. So, I hear that and I see that. And so, we want to make sure that we take, good care of these animals that come in our custody and control. I know I think I agree. It deals with health service. I mean, there's no way we can go around it. I think maybe the whatever management we have needs to be updated and experts in it. If they're going to be overseeing our staff or any staff, however we're consolidated, they need to be updated on all the same regulations, statutes, everything else, so that they're able to give, those down the line, the chain of command, more information and better direction. So, I see it all the time, and so I get it that is a big importance for us, and so I hope that we do consider the facilities as well, which is another hidden cost that we have in there, and it's just really a big part of how we handle this. You got to deal with the flea and tick infestations that come up. That's always an issue. And then the heat. I mean, all that they're monitoring these animals and really want to do the best they can to care for them. So we're doing as much as we can. I agree that I think we're very far behind in what the city of Corpus Christi is doing, but it's always good to have good examples, best practices of how to create a facility and manage it and run it. But I think with what we have, the staff that we have, they're doing an excellent job, and they're doing the best work they can. Social media is just a pain because, you vilify people when you don't know all the facts. And so when I get in after the weekend and seeing stuff on social media, I go and talk to Juan, and he's like, oh, no, this is the reason, that's the reason. And so, we want the public to know also that it's not just about trying to put down an animal for the sake of control, how many we have in our shelter. No, it's about adopting them out, fostering out, whatever the methods are, and try to reduce at all. And there's even many instances where there aren't any that are put down. They have found somebody to come in and take them. We have some great partners now in the county that are really stepping up and helping support our animal control committee that we have. So I think that there's some things in place that we have that are working well, but I agree. I think program, look at services we deliver and kind of reanalyze, and study, what are best practices, how can we improve? But I think, it definitely needs to stay in some function under a health service now, whether it's a consolidation or what have you. I agree that, should it be maybe standalone, well, then get a superintendent or a supervisor director that's going to oversee it, but who's knowledgeable in the field. We can't just have anybody that, even though they're great in public health overall, if they don't know the statutes and the reasons why, then that's hard to train an administrator when you're a subordinate. So I worry about that.
And John, I agree with you, and I just want you to know, I think they're doing the best they can with what they've got. I think that it has been neglected for years. It's not been a focus for money, for whatever reasons. I think he's done the best. They've all done, and Juan's a great guy. The staff is. But I think the mission statement has got to be changed so it says, okay, we not only want to control, but we want to save. Because they're doing what they're supposed to do. There's no doubt about that.
And maybe we ought to, sorry, go
I
ahead.
think there'll be the resources, Commissioner, if it's a standalone, the health department definitely has to be a resource they can reach out to,
Absolutely.
because we always reach out to the health department anyway, even for the health fairs, and you guys are there all the time. So, but I Commissioner, it's in your precinct, so do you and Commissioner Vaughn want to go ahead and take one?
Yeah, I want to amend my
mean,
motion. I apologize.
However, the judge,
No.
whatever she wants, or, I mean,
I
it
think
doesn't.
that'd be great.
Yeah, he's-
Just know that we all, I think
all
you'll
support it.
see that we'll all have an interest in it. I think honestly, changing the name is an awesome idea because it sends a signal that that we want to be more 2019 in the practices that, we now know. I fostered some puppies that somebody picked them up and they went to the East Coast. I had no idea, but on the East Coast, puppies are a huge desirable. Where here, we can't seem to control our population, but everybody spays and neuters their pet. And as a result, they need pets. And so I think it's just a matter of having a fresh outlook and a fresh mindset, and that's what we're so thankful that you see it that way and not as as a negative.
Judge, I'd like to amend the motion to include Commissioner Vaughn and Mata's,
Yeah.
since it's his precinct. I apologize, and that would be the amendment to the,
And for the that's voluntold as well.
well, if you don't,
No, I mean, I will serve, it doesn't matter.
If you're busy,
There's
just
three
ask
of us.
one of us to come in.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it, second.
From the clerk, it's just an ad hoc committee. That was the most important verbiage there.
so I guess we would need to vote on the
Judge and
amendment.
Just to let you know, the last that I had heard, historically, that I remember, the animal control had been carved out, and it's under the county side, not the health district. So I'm going to double check on that to make sure that that's the case, so that you can discuss the options as to what do you do? Do you want to reorganize it and consolidate it, or keep it the way it is or not? So it's kind of important to know where it's at, actually.
And that's where I think that the underlying motion is so important, because the city, they have the spay and neutering program, they have a director, they have all the people that John's talking about that know the statutes, that know how to do it. And so I think my hope would be is that we're able to, to push the ad hoc committee towards working with the city on this, because I think there's some real advantages to that as well. So I would, I guess, move passage of the amendment and then move passage of the overall motion.
Call for the question, I move.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for being here.
Number 6 is reconfirm the funding allocation by commissioners for animal control projects, and I believe this is a agenda item.
Edward, is that yours?
Edward, whose agenda item is this? Go ahead. Give us some background here.
Hey, look, the new director of animal control, Edward, oh, no, I'm sorry, my bad.
Boy, I've already made him a czar of 2 other things. Don't take him from me.
So essentially, during your last budgeting time frame, y'all went and y'all discussed allocating $10,000, I believe, Commissioner Vaughn, to the animal control facility. Now, Juan's got some projects that, painting the facility, adding additional fencing, doing some additional flat work, which is concrete work in the back, that would improve that. So he's looking for the 10,000 committed by Commissioner Vaughn, the 10,000 committed by Commissioner Gonzalez, and I don't know, Commissioner, if you,
I think the judge last time committed 10 too.
I'm going to pass it on to Commissioner Mata, it's his precinct.
I'll use your funding for my precinct, sure. No, yeah, definitely.
But I will help you too.
Definitely will.
so those were the monies, Judge, that were allocated to the project, but we don't know if.
I'm sorry, what was the total, Dale? Do you remember?
It was, well, it went around, there was really no set total. There was, like Edward was saying, there was several times where the commissioner was saying 10, maybe 10, then there came a issue, maybe everybody do 5, but it was never really set out. So it's up to each of the commissioners if they would like to use their Fund 13 funds to allocate this, and whatever funds they would like to set forward. And we'll just make sure we work with Edward and Juan about where the funding sources would be to do the expenses from.
And what it's going to be for. I take mine back. Just kidding. No, I'm kidding. We just need to figure out what it's going to be used for. Juan, because I remember we talked about a fence, we talked about painting. And we talked about, spay and neuter,
No, the main 3 items were going to be the,
painting.
to do the painting, and also to extend the fence for out
The yard
area,
for the dogs.
and then also to do a concrete area for the dogs to be able to run in.
Yeah, so they can walk the dogs.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you don't have dogs, you don't understand this. You probably think this crazy lady up here. But seriously, people love animals, and they should be treated humanely instead of staying in those little cages. They have enough area that they can run, just like Corpus Christi does. Well, my money's still in there. Okay.
Well, if there's a need for an allocation, if you all will come to me and let me know. I mean, obviously, I think this is an important infrastructure. But I think, I'm trying to figure out what the action item is here. That's really what I'd like to know. What's the action item? Do we need to reconfirm? Is that right? So we're reconfirming that Commissioner Vaughn has an allocation, and we're reconfirming that Commissioner Modis, yes, John?
And Brent,
Yes.
did you say something? Did you have one?
And I can too. But I think the most important thing is to work with you guys so we can get a total. I like details. I want to see all the specifics of cost allocations.
Yes, I will create a separate department for this function so we know the actual costs, and we probably get some kind of quotes on what exactly going to be done, and then we can provide the proper funding requests from each of the commissioners that want to contribute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Excuse me, I've got a
make a motion, there's this motion on the floor.
motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm going to call for discussion and recognize Gil Hernandez, Councilman, City of Corpus Christi.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Councilman Gil Hernandez for District 5. I just wanted to kind of reinforce that we want to work together. If we can work something out on the Public Health Department or Animal Control, I think we can extend it further at other places. I know the county doesn't have a countywide drainage district, but we do have some synergies that we can look at there, especially in the city's ETJ, or extraterritorial jurisdiction. So there are some other areas where we can work out. Now, with animal control, we actually have it under our police department, which actually provided some weird synergies, because the animal control has an incinerator. The police department was actually able to use that incinerator to destroy contraband. So there were some synergies there we didn't expect, but it manifested itself into savings of over several $100,000. Interestingly enough, I actually had a neighbor that was recently bitten by a dog, and there was a lot of confusion between what needed to be done with animal control as well as the public health department, and confusion with the doctors that he visited and how that all tied together. And now I'm kind of working through that now. But I think still public health still has a key part in this role, specifically with an animal that has bitten and was not able to be tracked down. Obviously, you have a rabies concern or other issues like that. So I would actually can make sure that they're involved in the discussion. But ultimately, I want to make sure that we work together better as a government agency, not only for these items, but for other areas. I can think of beach cleanup as well. So, I guess that's where the trash can comments came from.
Right.
I won't talk about that, but that's, but there's some other areas where I think we can work together, and I will make sure to make myself available to be parts of those discussions.
It's great. You just given me a thought. In Congress, there's actually caucuses that bring people together that are completely, opposite sides, and maybe that's what we should do. We should create our own caucus of city-county issues, and, that might be a great thing, just to kind of rotate people in and meet on a once-a-month basis. I know I've kind of,
I don't know if you have time, Judge.
I know, it's hard to catch me, but,
Right.
but the point is that you're opening a door, and I want to walk through that, so I really appreciate that, Gil. Thank you so much.
If anything, I'm willing to work on this.
Appreciate it.
And, I'll bring Keith with me.
All right, sounds fair
Thank you.
enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to vote on that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, moving right along.
Judge, may I recommend we do 4A3 because Melissa has a
Of course, I missed her.
meeting.
I apologize. That was the update on the emergency management. Melissa, I apologize. That was not intentional. That just happened.
That's okay, Judge. I'm going to keep it brief, though. We do have a weather system with a 90% chance of development. So we have a state conference call here in just a minute that I need to step out for. But since this was, it's kind of all related, you wanted to talk about some kind of like lessons learned and after action items for our state evacuation exercise. It was a great exercise. It was a great opportunity, especially because we do have so many new people in different positions to be able to kind of see what's going to happen if something brews up in the Gulf this year. And so here we are in the peak of our hurricane season, and we have something in the Gulf of Mexico that is not necessarily pointing directly at us, but there's always a chance. So this is a great time for us to kind of review our department plans, make sure that we're prepared. The state exercise came at a perfect time because it allowed not only for us to activate our embarkation hub, practice the evacuation process, practice the emergency tracking network process, but also have all of our EOC Ride-Out team members in the EOC, unlocking our web EOC accounts. Everybody has access to what they need, creating the accounts that we didn't know we needed yet. And so this is bad timing always for a storm, but also good timing that we were able to do this state exercise as we're approaching the peak of our hurricane season. So we definitely talked about a lot of different things, especially in the EOC with you, Judge, as far as some things that were brought out after Harvey that just we haven't addressed yet, or we've started the process, but we're not there yet. And so with every year that passes by post-Harvey, it becomes more and more important for us to address those issues. And so one of the things that we did during the exercise was bring in some new liaisons. We had a liaison from the Port of Corpus Christi. We did have an RTA liaison during Harvey. We also had one for the exercise. Those are essential people for us to have in our EOC so that we're getting live information from some of our partners. So the exercise exposed certain things, but it also really highlighted some of our strengths here, and one of those strengths is out at the fairgrounds. We had some comments from our state visitors about the teamwork out there and some of the systems that we use out there and how fluidly it ran. And of course, the exercise was on a much smaller scale than a real event. But if we can practice and it's fluid while we practice, we know that it's still going to run smoothly even on a much larger scale. So great opportunity. I'll make sure to keep you all posted about what's going on with this event. I think the impacts are more likely going to be kind of the right on the Texas-Louisiana border, and not real any impacts here. But we did just have our proclamation for it being, Beach Hazard Awareness Week, and we are going to have an increased chance of rip currents, and so that's something that's correlated with our items that we had earlier today. So we do have some effects that we might be getting from this system. I'm not expecting a direct hit, of course, but we always want to stay vigilant.
Great, thank you, Melissa. I know that I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to basically create a punch list, if you will, of things we wanted to completely get on top of. One of them is going to appear as an agenda item, and I'll take the lead on it since you have to go, and that's our employee policy. And so that's really important. And we had some monitors that weren't, picking up their signal correctly. We got those repaired in the week right after the state exercise. Thank you, Juan and Edward. We've been able to identify some serious gaps in logistics for the people that have to live up here, sometimes up to a week, which was the case for Hurricane Harvey. And we've got to cure those, and we're in the process of bringing all the information to Commissioner's Court so we can shower here, so we can have a supply chain of, food and a place to go. And it's absolutely critical for me. Had I not run that exercise, I wouldn't have seen the gap. And I don't see the gaps as deficits. We can all do it. We'll just need some serious deodorant. But the point is that we did identify the gap, and we've got to be able to take care of the people. They're taking care of the 360,000 people. And so logistics was huge. Why are they such a problem? Well, this courthouse was not built for an emergency operation command center. So everything from hurricane shutters where people are sleeping, to policies so we can get people paid, to a shower, to, I learned that Regina is also a chef. And I mean, she is now voluntold to be in charge of food, I've told her. And that was a volunteer, actually, not voluntold. Did you know that, Timothy? You now know. He's given me thumbs up. The point is, wow, we learned so much as a team, and you just did a great job. And for the animal lovers, including myself, how proud it was. I simulated, I myself got banded in as an evacuee, and I pretended I had Chula with me, our little dog. And so we did this exercise. I got to learn how animals are given the highest degree of care along with people during an evacuation if you're in Nueces County at those fairgrounds. So I can't tell you what a good thing that was. And if you didn't get to see it, you wouldn't know how much Nueces County cares about our animals. How many veterinarians did we have in vet techs? We had, tell us.
So we had our animal control there, as
Yes.
well as Dr. Bissett and his team from Texas A&M, from their veterinary and emergency response program. So they've all taken turns over the last few years in writing our animal evacuation and sheltering plans. So he brought a whole fleet of students to kind of run through that process and observe how it works. And they'll be working with us on writing the tactical rescue side of our plan if we have severe flooding and things like that.
And I want to emphasize, because I got a lot of comments about this on just my personal county email, and that is that we use the fairgrounds as an evacuation point, right? It's where we move people to safety outside of Nueces County, outside harm. But that's where we gather. It's not where we shelter in place. That's not the goal there. It's really important that people understand the distinction. We understand that, everything has its role, and that's right, it's a staging area, and it also helped us with the American Red Cross, with the United States Coast Guard, Gulf Coast Sector, so it's an incredible asset, and I want you to know your fairgrounds does exactly what it's supposed to do, but it doesn't do what you're worried about. It doesn't do the shelter-in-place piece. That's not what it's meant for. So just know that when I'm talking about an emergency operation command center and building it in that dream, I'm not saying there. And I get to use this platform, Melissa, as an opportunity to correct the record. I've gotten a lot of very concerned emails that people are concerned that I think that facility. No, I'm looking for a bunker. I'm looking for something very, very different.
Judge, doesn't the city, though, also have an emergency operations center already that we could possibly?
Their Emergency Operation Command Center was actually abandoned during Hurricane Harvey because they ran out of power.
Terrible.
And it's not in good shape at all. But again,
It definitely doesn't have the capacity
Right.
to add our fleet of people to it.
Right,
That may be another thing we need to discuss with the city.
Right, they have a dome, and again, that's for sheltering place, but it's not for running logistics or for technology.
Right, but that may be another thing we might want to talk to about.
No, it's already in the works. We're definitely working on that to bring back to you guys.
The concept of doing some sort of
Fusion.
facility is definitely something that's being talked about, so it just takes time.
Yeah, anyway, a lot of grant money out there for that though, right, Maria? So anyway, you just did great, Melissa, and also Kathy is not here with us, but just so you know, as you get to be, you're so close to your due date, we're so excited for you. Publicly, we want to wish you the best, and our little newest county, Nueces County fan, Talise, but Talisa or Talise? Talise, I said it right first time. And then, but just know that her deputy is ready to rock and roll, and Timothy, you're a part of this risk management team, and everybody. And I just want to say that to the public. I am ready to take command of Emergency Operation Command. I feel incredibly blessed to have been in that prepared. And you got my back, and I know all of us do. So anyway, thank you.
We have a very strong team here at Nueces County.
And we have the state of Texas behind us, and we have Chief Kidd behind us. So I'm not worried in the least. If we need help, we know exactly who to call, and they'll be ready. And of course, thanks to the law enforcement as well. We know first responders are ready as well.
When your child is born, make sure in the Pampers say, "My mom works on Nueces County."
Yeah, there you go.
They have the county emblem on them already.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there anything else you need to? Okay.
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. And I am looking to Juan and Edward as soon as they can. I know they're working feverishly, but when you do get when you need to come back to us and talk to us about those retrofits, if you will, the shower, et cetera, you'll come back and present that on an agenda item. I hate to ask you this, but I'd really like to shoot for the August meeting. I know that's rushing you, but hurricane season's rushing me. Okay? All right. Number 8, this is an MOU or an MOA?
MOU.
It's an MOU with Nueces County and the Drainage District Number 2 regarding drainage. And Lauda, you've been working on this agreement. Will you take the lead?
Right, on this.
8 and 9, Laura?
I'm
Are
sorry.
you doing 8 and 9?
I'm going to take them separate, but they're related. The MOU basically is a working document that actually spells out the cooperation between two entities, us, Nueces County, and the Drainage District Number 2. We both have the same governmental function of drainage, making sure that, we are taken care of in that perspective. And what this does is that we're going to work together to seek funding, whether individually or jointly, and that will support one another. And as well as that both of us will be working in case there is a need for mutual aid during or after a disaster, that they're going to step it up and actually assist us or help us when in need. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell as far as the MOU. On the interlocal agreement, basically that one is, again, that's an agreement between both the Nueces County and Drainage District Number 2. And from time to time, the Drainage District Number 2 has gone outside of their jurisdiction to help us with drainage issues, clean up, perhaps maybe even, help us in finding locations to set up ponds, something along those lines. And so what this does is that really under the law, they're entitled to payment because they're stepping out of their shoes into our shoes. So what this document does is that we will pay their, based on an invoice, we will pay their costs when we request them to do a job outside of their jurisdiction. And we're asking at that time of the request that they give us a proposal as to what the cost is, so that way our county engineer can evaluate it and determine whether or not it's better that they do it for us or we bid it out, one or the other. So the bottom line is, in that perspective, that we're going to share costs in that, or not necessarily share costs. In that one, we're going to pay them if we ask them to do something for us in our jurisdiction.
Okay,
So moved.
but you kind of.
And they're both here, by the way, Drainage
One
District
at a
Number
time,
2.
though. Well, but you want us to take them one at a time?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about 8, and whoever wants to come up for the Drainage District, just as a resource. But I just wanted to say that, again, I want to remind everybody that this past legislative session, SB 7 was passed, and I think that's what precipitated this particular item. SB 7 will morph into a proposition. We just don't know what number it's going to be, and it'll be on the ballot in November. And it provides $1.7 billion with a B dollars to drainage and flood mitigation projects, and we need to be ready. We do not have a drainage district that's countywide. There's only one that's really active, that's number 2. There's only one that has millions of dollars worth of equipment, and there's only one that has a nationally recognized, proud of you, JJ, USDA Small Business of the Year engineering consultant. And so the thing is, we have to be ready. If you don't associate yourself with a district, you're not going to be able to get your share of these funds. But make no mistake, we can do it individually. We can do it together. This court will have those choices way down in the future. All we're doing by this MOU is saying we have the ability to cooperate. You have to actually set forth the parameters for the future, as I understand it. And
Does that mean we can get funds, if we associate it with this district, we can get funds for areas outside of?
that's correct. That's correct. And the next piece of it, not to get us too ahead, but the next piece says if we choose to hire them to do the work, here are the parameters that govern, right? We don't have to choose them. We could choose another outside engineering company.
Exactly, but for now, I know the county has used Nueces County Drainage District Number 2, and with their kind hearts, they've done the work, they've just never invoiced.
Well, this is why this is good now, because
Yeah.
we can pay them now.
Exactly.
To the law.
And it's gonna be it's not gonna be, at, for-profit value or anything. It'll be.
It'll be a lot
fair to
cheaper
the-
than
yeah,
hiring
exactly.
JJ.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, JJ.
JJ works for them.
I know, I'm just joking, but the
Commissioner
point-
Vaughn, Commissioner Chesney, if you got work for us to do, give us a call.
Well, the truth is that literally nobody has invested the money in the equipment. And there's a lot of work to do.
It's like JJ said, it's basically a reimbursement. It's not necessarily a hire. We're gonna do the work. You just reimburse us for the cost.
Judge, I called question on that.
Okay, I need a motion.
He made it, I
I'm
seconded.
sorry, did not hear. Okay, and then John, did you say? Okay, so motion, second, how about some discussion?
I have discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out, hey, and I want to work with everybody. Because I know when y'all come up here, y'all always smile at me thinking she's going to give me a hard time. I'm just curious, do we just
That's
not?
what I think every time I come in here.
Well,
You're gonna smile and give me a
I
hard
feel the
time,
same
so-
about you. So, so I guess my question is, we don't have the equipment to do our work, because if they've had to do it in the past, is it because we don't have the equipment?
A loaded question.
Just figure out why we would have to ask them to do it.
There's some things that they're doing, like, for instance, right now with Commissioner Modis's precinct, they're cleaning out a ditch to increase their capacity. We're benefiting by that because we're just maybe a quarter mile away and they're dumping dirt. So all the dirt they're pulling up, we're dumping it, we're building up the area that we're building soccer fields on. So that's one of the benefits to us that we're getting from them.
So you're getting the dirt.
We're getting the dirt.
Okay, well, that's good.
Then another in that same deal that Ms. Lauda's working on is they're gonna expand into our park area, an easement. So they're gonna expand their capacity again in the same ditch, and we're gonna use that dirt again for our purposes to lift up other areas within our operational zone.
So it's a benefit to both of us, because they would have to haul okay,
Right. And
that's
it
my
drains our-
question.
It drains our park quicker, faster.
I just want to make sure we're doing our own work.
In my area, Commissioner, they're actually dredging the big ditch that goes into their drainage ditch. So they're doing the work of dredging it. I'm doing the work of what do you call that word? Hydroseeding it, right behind them. So we're kind of partner on that.
Okay.
And Commissioner, just to answer your question regarding if we have equipment, yes, we do have equipment. We have 2 grade alls that we do our own ditch grading. So we do have equipment to do our ditches. However, sometimes, I guess, whenever they're doing deeper ditches, they do have a longer reach equipment that can go deeper on the ditches. So they have an extension that we don't have.
Okay. And while y'all are up here, have y'all checked County Road 69 down there by that grass farm? They really got flooded last year because the ditch wasn't clean. They lost a lot of money. Just FYI, I'm putting the bug in your ear, because they're going to call me.
When former Commissioner Mike Halsey,
Mm-hmm.
he also brought that before our drainage district board.
I can't hear him.
And we assisted him.
Good.
And helped him out.
Okay.
And we've also worked on your precinct, Commissioner Vaughn. But that request came from the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District Number 3 about mowing the roadside small ditches along Farm to Market Road 624.
Great, great. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm willing to work with you guys. I think it's great. I think we all need to do that.
Yeah, and what I like is, I hate to say this, but we have to memorialize it, right? We have to be able to know what's our responsibility, what your responsibility, and that's what these documents really help us. They help us put the framework together, and so I'm appreciative to the county attorney's office for helping get those both together. And so I have a motion, a second. We've called for discussion. I'll take all those in favor, and I'm going on number 8 as it reads.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. And again, I believe the same motion and second occurs for number 9. And we've had plenty of discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, let's get ready for SB 7. Prop, who knows what.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Commissioner Vaughn, we look forward and promising to work alongside with you.
Thank you. Me too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this one is a highlight for me. I'm so excited that we're going to get to do this. Julie, if you don't mind, come on as a resource. This is I don't know, Tyner, you really know quite a bit about this. You went through Hurricane Harvey. You know the woes of we weren't able to get reimbursement. This, Commissioners, will be a order that affects the budget authority for employee positions removing that funds be frozen for 30 days for certain, oh wait, this is not it, darn it. I thought I was thinking.
But she understands it, Judge, or I can cover it.
Yeah, I know.
But
but
we're
where's
doing the item
where's the
you're
good
talking
one?
about on the 24th.
It's not on this agenda.
It's for the,
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, sorry. I'm gonna have to hold my excitement back. I wish it was already you know why? Because the storm's in the Gulf. That's why. That's why I'm worried. So when I push, Lauda, please forgive me for pushing. But I'm pushing because I know these things. I'm so mad that we're flat-footed. And we can't wait. So every time, I want to create a system, by the way. There's got to be a priority system, because we ask for too much stuff, but there's got to be a green dot. That employee thing is a green dot. And if that storm gets any closer to us, I'm going to call a special commission meeting. I'm just warning you. I want an employee policy that takes care of our employees. So Julie, just sort of fair warning. Okay, this one's very important too, but
you can
not like
always
the
do a
other.
special meeting before the 24th.
well, let's look and see, let's watch the storm.
I thought we had already done that. Didn't we do it last?
No, it's not been,
This is different, and I'm pretty excited about this anyway.
I know you are. This is good too.
Currently, there's an order that freezes positions for 30 days after they become vacant. And that's, right now, we're really seeing that it's hurting departments. They're not able to fill their vacancies as quickly as they need to. There has been some exemptions set aside because they have to meet a ratio, which is mainly our juvenile department and our sheriff's department. So it doesn't hurt them so much, but it hurts our other departments, and especially the small departments, when you're dealing with a small department and then you have to wait 30 days upon a vacancy to be able to fill it. And then we have to post it and interview. So it almost goes to 60 days without a person in that position. And when departments have peak seasons, such as the tax office or the county clerk's office, and they're not able to put somebody in there, it really puts them in a backlog. And what I'm starting to see, and Dell can confirm this, is that we're seeing that more and more people are using their temporary monies to hire somebody, and it's just kind of a loophole that they're going through. So I don't know that we're even seeing any kind of cost savings at all with this order in place, because departments are hiring temporaries to fill those vacancies, and we're pretty much wasting time on hiring, on training somebody to have to wait for that position to be filled by somebody else and then go and train them again. So I don't really see the cost efficiency in this at all.
Dale, can you talk about that, Dale?
Yes, well, when this was brought up, we were trying to determine the cost savings we would have for a hiring freeze. And as Julie was saying, the three departments that give us the biggest savings in vacancies is our sheriff's office, our juvenile office, and our DA's office, so we're all exempt. So they're already going to have their savings, and there's no value. Now, what Julie's saying, some of these smaller departments, for example, some of the JPs, one of the JP out in Agua Dulce lost an employee, and if he would have been under a hiring freeze, he would only had 2 employees, himself and his clerk, to do some function. So they were coming to the judge to do this. Now, some of the bigger departments like mine and maybe the tax office, we're using our temporary budget to cover this because of what we have to do and the items we have to do to keep our office running. We saw a large increase in our temporary budget as well as our overtime budget. So when I did a comparison from last year to this year, there was only maybe $150,000 worth of savings between the two, and I would guarantee you that's from the sheriff's office and the juvenile department, because they've had a lot of vacancies throughout the year.
You said 200,000?
150.
But Dale, for 4 years, that's not the number you've told this.
Well, when Judge Neal was saying it was 400,000, if you go through the whole year, it possibly be $400,000 savings on vacancies, but again, that's because of the sheriff's office. If they're running right now, they're running 35 vacancies.
We're going to rescind an order middle of a budget year that we factored into our budget cycle.
Yes.
And we're excited about the fact that it's only going to cost us $150,000. You're recommending this?
$150,000.
You're recommending this?
I'm not recommending this.
Okay.
But, that's what we talked about last time, and the reason we did this here, we talked about 400,000, and I know some people use the temp, whatever, but if you put the money, compare them, I think the savings is going to be still pretty close to 400,000.
I did a comparison from last year to this year, and it was 150,000 right now.
So
But 150,000 is 150,000. That's a lot of money.
we got 4 more months in this.
But you double that, it's 300,000.
I don't know why this is one of
Well,
those
going
things.
through June, it's only got 3 more months.
This is why I don't understand why we do
through the
this.
year. It's almost 75% of the year.
I don't know why we would be bringing this now, Julie. I mean, honestly, this is a budget discussion.
Just for your information, Judge Canales did ask me to put something on the agenda to consider this. I got with the county attorney's office.
I think we had to discuss this during budget. I don't think we had to be just doing it mid-year because this could cost, I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, this is, we all griped about, well, I won't say that. I griped a lot about bringing stuff up during the year that we deal with in a budget. We set our budget for the year and then we come make these changes. This is an item that is a change
I think
during a budget cycle.
I really agree. I think this should be a budget item, and
I'd move to table this item until the budget discussions. I don't think this is the appropriate time to be dealing with this.
Well, let me just tell you, one of the things that's happening is it's really moot because I unfreeze everybody. And let me tell you why. Kevin, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but our tax assessor collector's here. He lost 4 people literally almost at once. And from the day I took office, I just want to give you this background. From the day I took office, I only unfreeze budgeted positions, but that's who we're unfreezing. And there's been no choice. I mean, they can't do their jobs without the hiring freeze. And what happens is your attrition rate is saving you the money, not the hiring freeze. I missed the discussion. I apologize. I had to step out, but I've already kind of ad nauseum talked about this with Dale, and I flat out asked, and I hope he concurred here earlier, that we haven't seen one bit of savings.
That's not
Around
correct.
150.
We've had
150?
Compared to last year, this year, around 150.
And
Okay.
the numbers we were told, if this were to be followed the way it was supposed to be followed, was 400,000 over a year, and then we factored that into our budget. And so I don't think this is the time to be doing this. I think the time to be doing this is for the next budget, and if we want to take it away, but then we got to figure in where we're going to make up that money that we lose, because that number has, and I think it's been bigger in years past, Dale, because our department heads have worked very closely with the prior judge and working with those things and working with those deadlines, and then we knew that we had emergency situations, and emergencies are emergencies, but it is a factor that has been a big part, unless someone's misled me for 4 years.
I'll tell you, I've been told just the opposite, but I'll tell you what I'm willing to do. I'm willing to table it till July 24th to come in and get some witnesses in here.
Judge, you have the discretion, if he comes to you and says, I'm 4 short, you have the discretion to say, okay, go higher. Not to get everybody off, but you can help him out because he's in a bind.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but this is why you have that discretion to do that.
Right.
On a need to know basis, you know?
Right.
So, when he came to you, she said, you know what, go ahead and hire 3, at least that for now until we.
Yeah, I just want, I guess what I want to impart on everybody is the pleas that I get.
And Judge, here's the
They're
deal.
like unbelievable pleas, and they're from justice of the peaces, mainly the JPs, tax assessors.
And Judge, that's why we gave you the authority to do what you need to do.
Yeah.
But to rescind an order that we went through and labored over for hours and hours and hours during a budget cycle, in my opinion, is not the appropriate time to do it.
I don't
It's
mind
for the
working on it
next
during
one.
budget cycle.
Right, because we've got to figure out how to make up that savings.
But I will tell you that it was told to me we were not experiencing a budget. If that's not the case, well, then obviously that's a consideration.
And
you know?
Dale, I would like you to go back for the last 4 years and give the judge those numbers, because there's a reason we've done this, and the reason has been in the years past, if done the way that it had been done in years past, it had saved us $400,000 plus a year. If I remember the number right, I might be wrong. So I would like not only to look at this year, but I want you to show the judge what went on and why this has been in place, because we don't do this easily. We understand the needs of the department heads, and this is not an easy decision that the court made, and the court's done this for years because we've been told, we've done this for 2 or 3 years.
No, sir, it went into effect 2018.
No, we've always had a hiring freeze. We've always had hiring freeze,
Not the 30-day freeze.
but we've had a hiring freeze in the past.
That was probably about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, we took it off and brought it
Or
back.
Right, but we've had it before, and it's supposedly in those years, because it's, what does the judge always used to call it, that float, The float. He always called the float. We've had the float here since I've been here in some capacity.
Well, the flow wasn't because of the hiring freeze, it's because of where, when you, like Judy was saying, once a position becomes vacant, it takes a while for her and my staff to get the information that we're, to put it on open,
So the float has been there for a
recruiting
while,
purposes
and
and
then the
then-
hiring freeze.
yes.
So I stand corrected, but the float has always been there.
Well, it's always been there.
And that-
It will always be there.
Well,
The float is basically our HR policy to allow so many days to post a job opening.
We don't post a job until after the
Person leaves,
person leaves, and then we post the job for 7 days.
and then we interview sometimes.
Screen them in HR, which is a couple of days. Then we send the packets to the departments.
Right.
And they set up their interviews, and then they'll make an offer, which might take somebody 2 weeks to give notice
Right.
at their current job. So it's
So-
about 30 days.
Are the department heads giving you that to be posted the next day is vacant, or they're waiting? You know,
I just
they're
don't know
waiting.
why we're bringing
No,
something up.
Right now, we're
late.
waiting the 30 days.
No, I'm saying if I have a vacancy right now, I'm department head.
Correct.
So if the last day is today for that person, right?
Yes, sir.
Am I giving you the notice tomorrow to post, or they're waiting another week before they give it to you?
No, sir. I'm getting that notice when the person that was in the position leaves. On that same document, it states to unfreeze the position. So we would post it the next day.
Right, so I don't understand why we're bringing up something that we passed as part of our budget and some very difficult discussions, very difficult times. We did cuts, we did hiring freezes, we had horrendous long debates in here for hours and hours and hours. We made tough decisions, we agreed on some, we disagreed on some. It stunk to do this. We didn't want to do it, but we did it. And now, 3 months before I just don't think the timing's right. I think it goes away on its own at the end of this fiscal year unless we renew it. So I just don't know why we're.
I just want to hear from Kevin, and then we can call the question.
Let me just explain the issues this has put on, particularly with our office, because we've gotten hit with some major FMLA claims this past year, and it seems like it seems to go on an annual basis. We've got about 61 full-time equivalents, 67 total employees, and particularly with our department not being on two different levels, we don't really get to optimize our employees to the peak efficiency we could had we been on one level. It's just physically impossible to split up that motor vehicle, and motor vehicle is really where about 80 to 90% of our issues are, because then you'll see it when we have closed windows downstairs, and because we have a tremendous back office process also in place that has to take place, and we're out at 1.67 employees, and that puts a strain on our constitutional duties that we are required to perform, and we have to perform those and get those issues up and those funds paid to the state comptroller and if we don't do it in a certain amount of time, then the county gets hit for fees and fines for us to failing to fulfill those positions. So we've had an accounting manager who's been out for going on 3-4 months now, and it's been kind of chronic, and we've done what we need to do, but we're coming up on a peak tax season, and you don't just fill that position and have somebody operating. It takes the motor vehicle manual for somebody just to get on par. It takes about 6 months worth of training before they're really active. It's not stick somebody in the window, train them for a week, and they start taking money. No, that doesn't happen that way. That motor vehicle, the title and licensing manual itself is about 500 pages each. And out of state, in state, military, they're not clerks. It takes a lot of education to go through and perform the functions at the level that they need to in order to serve the public. And so when we have people out, it takes 2 months just to fill a position, then we're really not at full capacity with that person for 8 months. That's what you're looking at. And so these things, we touch every single one of y'all's constituents. Every single license plate that you see in our county, we touch them. All about 300,000 registered vehicles to be exact.
And Kevin has, but.
And I want to commend Judge Canales for working with us and taking those things into consideration and helping us with it, because without your help, we would have we'd really be in a crack right now.
And that's
and we're coming up on the peak of property tax season.
People don't care, Kevin.
And that's the vehicle we provided, was for the judge to be able to do that. And has that vehicle worked for you to where when you've had an emergency situation, you've been able to go to the judge and she's been able to take care of it?
Yes, it
That's
has.
exactly the vehicle this court had the foresight to provide when we had these lengthy and long, hard discussions a year ago. So I appreciate you being here, and I know there's 10 others that'll say the same thing. And that's why we've told every elected official that we can think of, if you've got an emergency, go to Judge Canales. We've given her the authority to override everything.
Well, and the other thing I'm going to caution you guys about is the constitutionality of the authority to reduce our budget, because there is an AG opinion on that and lots of case law that you can't change our budgets without an emergency. And so I've brought that to Judge Canales' attention. I've brought it to each of y'all's attention, and you probably need to reread it and look at it again, but we have a constitutional duty, and I'm not entirely convinced that the authority of you guys to actually put those freezes in effect is there.
And you've raised that issue repeatedly with us, publicly, privately. We've dealt with it. We've gotten an opinion on it that disagrees with your view on that from our county attorney. And I'm relying on their advice on what we can do on that. And she has provided that court this information as well. Again, my frustration here is we've had this discussion. We made this decision. We have every right to revisit a discussion, but this sucks to do it. I get it. We don't want to do it, and we hate having to do this when we did this. But we had a very difficult budget process that we went through, and again, I don't know why we're coming up with these things again when we've already had this discussion. And it, again, my understanding is that it expires on its own at the end of this budget year unless we renew it. And I don't think anybody on this court, well, I'm not speaking for, I don't plan to put it up there again to vote again. So I don't know why we're doing it now, but I think the principle is we're revisiting things that we have labored over for hours and hours and hours.
Right, and I think, let me come back here and just simply say, anytime a policy doesn't work for 6 months, I like to have a conversation about the policy. I think it's already helped to have the conversation, because it seems like we have now sort of declared that it's not working because budgeted positions are budgeted positions, and we've got to make sure our electeds can do their job. And I'm going to probably be way more in line with that AG opinion, than I am anywhere else, because quite frankly, I don't want to see my county clerk challenge me or my tax assessor challenge me. That's the last thing I want. So that's why those AG opinions exist, Now, we try to use the most liberal interpretation, the light most favorable to us. And again, it was a very different time a year ago. But the reason it's on the agenda is because when my HR director says this is really not working for our county and our employees and our electeds, and then I think it's a good moment to come and say, hey, let's talk about it. But do I respect the fact that it's part of a budget cycle and part of a budgeted item? If you tell me there's $150,000, I'll take that $150 all day long. So I'm okay with, I'll call for the question, including a motion to table, but I will tell you that we need to really look at this because it's not working. From the 6 months that I've been here, it's done nothing but create havoc. And I want to tell you where it really created havoc, and all of you responded to the havoc, is when Mark Gonzalez had a victims coordinator leave. And we had a mother who lost a child, do you all remember? Who came in here sobbing and angry that we did not make the appropriate employee decisions. Okay? So I get it.
That was a completely different situation, and that was not due to this hiring freeze. And I don't think we want to go down there because I don't want to bring that issue back up, but that was not, there were avenues.
I think it was.
No, it was not. There were avenues.
I unfroze her.
But they didn't come to you when the lady gave you notice. There's a lot to that story that I'm trying not to go into, but that is an unfair comparison to bring that situation into play, because there are parts of that story that those same people that you talk about that came in sobbing will tell you they knew that person was leaving way before they left. So there's a lot more to that story. So please don't use that as an example.
Well, enlighten me later, but to be honest with you, I know exactly the timeline of the HR process, and all I'm speaking about is the HR process. All I want to know is don't get too discombobulated about it. I hear you. You make a good point, a valid point about the budget cycle. I'm happy to entertain any motions, including a motion table, but I would specifically call everybody's attention to the fact that it's not working when elected after elected after elected come in here and tell you it's not working. Make sure that you know that, and I don't want to be challenged in a court because that's a waste of money and time.
Judge, can I say something?
Uh-huh.
I think that every department should be able to come and hire somebody when they need to, because you can't do your job without it. But I will just say this, it's the department head's responsibility to say, I need someone. So they put it in place so that the judge, I didn't agree with it when we did it, because I've never seen anything like it. I questioned it. But they gave the judge the authority, and she even helped me on one of mine, the authority to do it. And I think as long as we have that and the department heads know it, it is their responsibility to come to her, because she unfreezes it. I mean, it's obvious that she does, she's done it. But I think that when you do a budget, you wait till the next budget before you change something. There's a reason you do a budget. So I agree with you two down there that we need to leave it in effect until we get the budget for next year, because it probably won't go. But I think the judge has the authority, and I trust that she's going to do what she needs to do. That's just my opinion.
I'm with the judge on this. I agree. If we have responses that need to be made, I know that individual requests can be made based on the department head, but, does it handcuff the county? Yes. I mean, I think the process does. I mean, we can't deny that even in best case scenario, many times it's 60 days out, and we don't get it because we don't see it, or we're not being serviced when we're waiting in lines a lot longer, or when the staff, you're scrambling to fill those positions, in the tax assessor office or clerk's office, wherever it may be. So I'm with the judge on this. I think.
Why did y'all vote for it if you weren't for it back then? Doesn't make sense. Here we are changing it in the midst.
It's strange.
We all voted for it.
Y'all voted against it, and we're all on different sides now, so things change. It's not like we're
think
not.
We're on the side of the employees, that if you need an employee, you get to hire them.
Well, I agree, but I think that anytime you look at the process, that just stretches out the hiring to 2 months out in a good day, when you're getting the applicants that you need, that are qualified, that are willing to work at the wage that we're paying them, that's a tough mix. And I'm sure we don't even know half the numbers as far as those that are in the well getting ready to get picked, and then they drop out because they find a better job, better paying job, or whatever else, or because we're taking too long and they need that job like right now. So I'm really concerned with that. I'm with you on this too.
Has anyone not been hired that needed to be hired?
I don't know that specifically because I'm not making those job offers. They're coming directly from the departments.
But they all know they can go to the judge, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
I mean, we sure have beat the horse on this.
It's like saying, last budget we also passed, that we deducted, everybody took away, 5% from their budget?
1.9, I think.
But why don't we just give it back? I mean, why don't we just keep up what we took away? I mean, this is the same thing. I think that comes at the end of the budget cycle to do this, and I just think we need to stick with what we have,
So can I get a motion?
So move.
Motion to,
Motion, I didn't get the motion though.
motion to table.
And I think Gonzalez, you'll second. Okay, and again, Julie, don't take it as a personal defeat here. I thought it was the other one. So I think that you and I continually, nobody knows, right, how many personnel issues you and I deal with every week. We'll just continue to work together, right, for the betterment of the county. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep it up, okay? And Dale, I'll work with you too, because as we go into budget cycle, we'll drill down on these numbers. There's a hard cost, and then there's other costs that probably will affect that 150,000. So we'll work together so we can present a much clearer, budget picture. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we've got to. It's very deceiving when you ask somebody a question and they give you an answer in numbers. You got to look at the variables, right? So we have to look at temporaries. But look, the time is coming very, very close. We are in budget cycle now. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign.
No.
I'm sorry, I've got one no. Okay.
Before Julie leaves, I got one question here, if you don't mind, Judge. I don't know if
I don't mind.
I don't know if it relates to that or not, but it has to do with the, I guess, the freezes and all that? I don't know if I can ask the question. I'm asking for your.
Is it related to this, or what?
Well, it's related to freezes, the job freezes that are frozen and everything else, the information that we get for job frozen and you know, unfrozen, frozen, temp list, and we talked all about that, you know, but what I'm trying to bring up is that we used to get this list, we don't get it no more. Why? I mean, this is something we as commissioners vote for, but somebody took it away, and I don't know who took it away, but this is, the commissioners,
We had already mentioned it.
this is employees that are full-time employees, and
They're
you
all
know,
budgeted positions.
there are budgeted positions, so why don't have it no more? I mean, who took it away? And then, you know, because it tells about retirement, how much we pay for retirement, transfers, who was transferred, how much they pay for the transfers. You know, I think I'd like to have that information back on there, and I think something the judge should have too, because it tells you what we spend, where they're going, and, you know, why, how much they gave them when they left.
Would that be all right for her to answer? Julie?
That was discussed a couple of months ago, I believe.
Here in court?
Yes, sir.
I think it was 2 courts ago.
The issue is that we used to get it because we didn't have a format to, the software that we have today to track efficiently, but now we do, so that information is still readily available. You can just ask Julie for it, but it no longer comes to us because of the new software that I can't remember the name of. eGov? NeoGov.
Well, if it's available, can you just send it to us?
The transfers and stuff would come out of the auditor's office. What we're able to do is track the freezes, the vacancies, as the positions become vacant. It's not the compilation of information that you used to receive.
Would you be able to work with Commissioner Gonzalez offline, please, so that, and then, you know, if,
Because I want to just make sure, you know, what we do.
yeah, why don't, the answer is that technology replaced this.
Correct.
And we still get it, we just get it in a different way. And I think the question is I think that he's asking, can he have that information? And the answer is, of course, a commissioner can always get any information they need. The question is, what's the best way to,
Or just send it to me like we were doing it before.
it's different though,
Well,
right?
Yeah, but just
Yes.
hard copy.
That information used to come from the auditor's office. And of course, we're tracking the vacancy part of it through the HR department, through our new software system. And so it is a check and balance because we get all the documentation through the HR office, and then it goes to the auditor's office. And they used to compile as to,
So half comes from you, half comes from him.
correct, as to what was being paid out on somebody's separation from employment. And I think that's what you're more interested in.
Well, yeah, that.
And the transfers,
Resignation, you know, it just gives everything we need to know about what happened to that employee and what, you know, what we paid out. You know, and if we didn't pay out, then we must have a savings somewhere, you know. So I just need a hard copy or whatever, you know, please.
Why don't we work offline on getting that, okay? I'm going to move on, and I'm going to make a quick comment, only because I know there's people in the audience that I invited because of certain adjournments in memory of, and I just want to give you a heads up in case you could actually, the way we do adjournments is they're actually at the very end. This is an unusually long one. This is kind of where I defer a little bit to protocol, Tyner, but when I finish number 17, before I go to purchases and grants, I'd like to just do my own, in honor of, I signed up for public comment, so I think I can do it whenever I want, but,
You can do it now, Judge, so you don't have to wait.
well, I really would appreciate it if you all wouldn't
Please.
mind. He's
Absolutely.
here. Thank you. It's you, Trey. I don't want you to wait anymore. For the audience, special adjournment in memory of, and then we'll keep to the other adjournments as we normally do. How strange it is for me to think of myself as somewhat young and to lose 2 friends in the course of a month. One that was younger than me and one that I went to high school with and considered a great friend. Her name was Elizabeth Beth Fern Schlater. She passed away on Saturday, June 22nd. She was born on June 5th, 1966 in Denver, Colorado, to parents Charles and Alta Alambaugh. She was the youngest of 4 children. She graduated with me from W.B. Ray High School in 1984. She was a star basketball player, outstanding, and a track star and a cheerleader. In fact, she was our mascot, Mary Lou. Beth graduated from the University of the Incarnate Word with her bachelor's in business in 2007 and her master's in 2009. She worked for so many companies here in the Coastal Bend over the last 25 years, including H-E-B, Starbucks, Target, Behavioral Health Center, SCI, and the Deaf and Hard and Hearing Center, where we really reconnected, and most recently, Baker Ripley. She was a sweet and beautiful woman who loved and cared about everyone. Her obituary said she lit up the room when she walked in and was definitely the life of the party, and I can attest to that. She was married to her best friend Gary for 21 years. They have 3 amazing boys, Ryan Quinn, who's 20, Taylor Lee, 18, and Chaz Dillon, who's 15. They were the loves of her life. You never went anywhere without Beth bragging about her boys at all times to anyone who would listen. She loved being a wife and especially a mom, and I know she will be missed by so many. Beth is preceded in her death by her parents and her Aunt Belle. And of course, I've mentioned her boys and her husband, but she also has sisters here that were amazing school teachers, Sandy Riddle of Corpus Christi and Cheryl Boyd of Bernie, Texas, and her brother Doug. So many cousins, nephews, and nieces. I just wanted to say that her best friend in life in high school and in her adulthood is here with us today, Trey Molina, a good friend of mine as well, and it was a strange reunion. This year marks our 35th high school anniversary, our reunion, and so we never expected that we would have a pre-reunion event at our friend's, Beth Schlater's, funeral. She was so instrumental in helping so many disabled here in Corpus Christi. When it came time for it being a voting center, she was absolutely the most accommodating, and I just really wanted to give her a county farewell for serving this county. It's disabled in the deaf and hearing impaired particularly, but also she's just being such a warm light for so many of us. And the best way I can do it is to celebrate her life with her friend and her family who couldn't be here with us today. And in the way that she always taught me, I just wanted to say to Beth, thanks.
Yes.
Thank you all very much.
I just wanted to say, too, she was on the list to add my condolences to the family. I knew Beth as Doug's little sister. Doug and I were in the same graduating class together, and I couldn't have even come up with as good words as you certainly did, and I won't even try, but certainly I wanted to add the condolences to the Alambaugh family, and I know that was a great loss, so thank you for that.
It really was. It was a sort of one of those shocking losses. And of course, Tyner, you were right there with us as well. Tyner was a star football player. Beth was the cheerleader. I was the geek, but those were magical days. And you know what? It's why I love this community so much. It's because we love one another. We actually care about one another. When we lose somebody, it's important to say we're going to miss her. So thank you for letting me do that. And Trey, thank you for being so patient. And I'm glad you're recording so you can take it back to Gary and to the boys. And we'll celebrate her once again on July 19th. Oh my God, we're 35 plus 18. Thanks. Thank you. And now we come back into order. And this is an important discussion concerning the Clayburg Beach property. And I'll allow Commissioner Chesney to take the lead, but this particularly is for the consideration, Commissioners, of forming an advisory committee to oversee operations and other matters concerning Clayburg Beach property.
Judge, I'll try to be as brief as you'll allow me. The basics of this is the Coastal Parks statutorily has the ability to oversee designated coastal park lands. Clayburg property is not parkland and is not designated. It's a beach, basically, but it's not designated parkland. And so the Nueces County Coastal Parks Board does not have the authority to oversee that. We've kind of that been informally doing so with my input and the court's input. We haven't done a lot of things out there, but at the same time, with the judge's increased interest in regards to the Clayburg property and the island and so forth, we just thought it was a good idea. It was actually the judge's idea to put together a committee to kind of formally oversee the goings-on in that respect of that board, which I 100% support and think is a great idea. I would offer that one of the amendments would be, because the county attorney has indicated that she doesn't think it's appropriate for her to be on that particular board as a member, that she would just continue to provide us oversight and advice and so forth. So the committee would then therefore be made up of the county judge, precinct 4, the court, I'm sorry, manager, what's that new position?
Commissioner's Court Manager.
Commissioner's Court Manager and the Coastal Parks Director. So again, we will continue to obviously keep the court involved, but obviously if there's some day-to-day things that need to go on, then this committee will have some input into that.
And this way we'll get a little more heads up because, for example, you'll recall when we had Charlie Belair and that mitigation project, that was an amazing mitigation project, but then we didn't know that it had some concrete involved. This committee will get some of these heads up, we'll be able to vet some of the mitigation projects, right of access entries that are being asked of us right now. So many issues that are going to come up in the future, I think, with the 3,600 acres, including projects that might be the subject of grants. I just think we really need to, it's a lot of land to oversee.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, the next ones should go very quickly. Laura, they are both renewals of surface leases that we've had in the past. Is there anything extraordinary that we need to know about them? Are they the same exact lease agreements we've always had?
Yes.
So I take a motion to approve. It's the same lease.
So moved.
So moved, and then a second, please, on the surface lease.
What are we talking about?
Number 12, this is just a renewal. Laura, do you want to just tell them that it's a,
Yeah, the actual piers, we don't own them. They're really, we have an actual lease agreement, and it's about to expire, so basically we're extending, or we're asking that it be renewed again.
nothing's changed substantively, it's just the renewal? So I had to do a motion. Could I
How
get,
many years is that?
10 years.
So moved if that's.
Okay, thank you,
sorry,
I'm
I
waiting.
apologize. I didn't-
okay.
Oh.
I really just need a second. I'll take
Second.
yours as a second. All those Modest did it already. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. The next one, Commissioner, same exact thing, but for Horace Caldwell Pier. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. On number 14, I put this one on here, Commissioners, to discuss and consider authorizing myself to initiate options and plans to relocate the facilities of Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office.
Judge, could I ask
Absolutely.
I'm really getting hungry.
I know it.
Could
Would you
we
like a break?
Well, no, I don't want to break because could we do our closed sessions
Sure.
over lunch and
Sure.
go do that? Because I'm starving and I
Yeah.
don't want to stop working though.
No problem. Do you want me to finish 14, or are y'all interested in stopping right now?
Yeah, that may take a while. I'd like, that one could be
That's
lengthy.
okay. I don't want to rush that one.
I don't either. I'd like to hear more about it.
Let me look at everything else. Maria, I might be
The
able
Ernest
to.
Garza one, you could probably, well,
Yeah, I was going to say Ernest, so he doesn't have to wait. Maria can do this in really quick. This is just ratification of the execution of the notice of grants
which one?
for the veterans. Do you want to, never mind, okay. How about, can we do Ernest so that he can,
Sure.
that one is number,
It's two of them.
yeah, I'm going to do that real quick, if that's all right. I don't hope I didn't make Jag think, though, that we were leaving, but, okay. Come on up, Ernest. I think everybody knows you, but still, everyone will, Judge acknowledges Ernest Garza. He's a CPA here in our community. He's also served as our external auditor for many years. Only because of best practices did we have to say goodbye for a little bit, but it wasn't very long, our goodbye. Because it's our intent to discuss and consider approval of signing an engagement letter with Ernest with regards to taxes and budget for this year. And the purpose is, you'll recall that the office that Tyner is managing right now does not have anybody on that side of the fence, so to speak, to kind of take us through this very, I would call it difficult, sometimes, meticulous process. And Ernest is intimately familiar because he did the auditing for so many years. Right, Ernest?
Yes, Judge. As we audited for like 18 years in total. So we've worked with all
Staff.
the various departments, and we have good relationships with naturally with the auditors, with your tax assessor collector, with all the departments. And last night, as I was reading seeing your budget process, and I understand the green lights issues that need to be forward. Probably have to number green light 1, 2, 3,
Right.
prioritize those. We've discussed different times about, reestablishing your long fixed asset, long-term items that you want to address that all the departments need beside payroll.
Right.
I want to be a synergetic effect with y'all in any way I can help.
And you would serve all of us in this capacity, which I think is really great. And I want to point out that I have worked and enjoyed it so much working with Dale in his office, and this is not to take away from all the times I'll still continue to bug him and work with him. This is really an opportunity to work with our financial advisor too on our side, so that we can present maybe some options of how we would tackle some of our budgetary issues. And I just feel like we could cap this if we wanted to, commissioners, or I trust Ernest would give us weekly reports so that we know what we're spending. But
I believe it's 120 hours.
okay, is it
Correct,
already
Ernest?
120 on the engagement letter? Perfect.
Do we have money budgeted for this? Do we have the money?
It's going to come out of my department.
And there is money there. We think it'll be a great resource for all of us. Okay, I just need a second. I think I heard it. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, and Modest says aye as well. Thank you. The second one is, since he's already here and doing some work, we have this issue that you recall actually came before the court on a previous agenda about a Texas State Comptroller's issue and a $30,000 payment that they seek from us that we dispute. And the request of the action item, commissioners, is to hire Ernest to help represent us relating to these matters so that we can win this.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, the issue is in the tax assessor collector, the motor vehicles, the monies they collect, they're turning them over to the state, and what the state says is a timely basis. However, which is usually, a few days, 3 days. However, on their audit, they came in and they did a simplistic way of analyzing the monies on the interest earned, and so they want a part of that, like two-thirds of it, of the interest earned, which comes out to about $30,000. So what I'm doing, I've already taken the leeway and discussed this with the bank and getting the calculations of exactly what are the facts, how much interest is actually earned on that short period of time, so we can contest this issue, and I've already contacted the state. So that's in summary, what the issue is.
So that's not something we'd already know or that you would know, Dale?
We've already done an internal audit review of the procedures, and we provide the state with what we have provided them, and we could prove our side of it, but they still said we were at fault. So we wanted to bring another professional in here that's independent from the county, so they wouldn't think it's the county saying we're not responsible for it. We provide all of our information to Ernest, so using some of that for his research behind that. But my staff has gone through there and saying, we went through several months of issues, and this is when the money came in, this is when the money goes out. And in our side, if we owe anything, it'd be a small percentage of what they're talking about, not the 30,000. We wouldn't even owe 1,000 or more.
So are they disputing your figures?
They're disputing ours, yes.
I think Ernest is very familiar with it. He did the external audits for 10 years, so you pretty much, where you come from.
My background is actually working at the state, as a state auditor with Bob Bullock back in the 80s.
In the day.
Goes back aging me a little bit.
And Kevin, do you support this? Because it's really your department, your office. Would you like this type of help?
Yes, we actually requested it. What happened was when we had a random audit done of our department by the state comptroller's office, and we got great reviews, and they found no findings with the exception of this one particular account. But I worked at a bank for 13 years, and I also kind of know how the interest is compounded. And we turn those funds over as soon as they're collected over to the state of Texas. In fact, we do it on a daily basis with the exception of those times when there is a holiday, weekends, and so forth. But my best understanding, and the reason why we're asking Ernest to come and get involved, is to really make a determination of when that interest is compounded and how the bank is paying us. I don't believe that they owe us $30,000. We could be wrong, but we also don't want the state to take our county's money unnecessarily. And so we want to make sure that if there is money owed back in interest earned on that account, because the issue at stake is it's a commingled account. We have county funds and we also have state funds going into that account because it's motor vehicle income that we receive, it's also state sales tax. And so they're making a claim that we owe them pretty much about 72% of the interest earned on that account, which is what's up in disputing. And we also want to make sure too, for future reference, what do we need to do to, if we do actually really owe $30,000, what do we need to do to in our processes to make sure that doesn't happen? The reason why this didn't happen and come up as an issue in the past is because interest rates were essentially zero and we didn't earn any money. And so the interest that we're looking at is really just over the last 3 years that's been compounding these accounts. And that's the reason why this is the first time, at least in my tenure, this issue has been brought up, by the comptroller. So this is kind of a two-pronged effort. Number one, figure out, do we really owe it? And then number two is if we do, we need to fix our process to make sure that we don't come back and have to write these checks again in the future. But my gut feeling is that number should be significantly less.
Judge, I don't have a problem with it. I just wanted to make sure
No,
we
I
could do it
appreciate
in-house.
I appreciate it. 'Cause
Well, I just
people
want to
are-
make sure for the commissioners that you guys understand what's going on and
Right.
why
And
we're.
hey, we don't want it, it's going to keep happening unless we solve the problem.
Exactly.
And so that's why we need really Ernest to kind of put us, give that independent view. Okay, we got a motion and a second.
But just doing
Okay.
for clarification, like Kevin and Ernest was saying, there was a simplistic approach that the state used. For example, they took the entire month, 1 month of collections, saying this is how much your sales tax were, this is how much your total collection were. So of that total collections, 80% of it was sales tax. And you earned $4,000 worth of interest. I want 70% of that interest, even though we know there's not a chance because the total amount of that collection and the interest earned is no way on the total amount. So my staff went through each one of them and we did more than 1 month. We went through and proved what we had, but the state was still saying, their auditor was saying we're wrong. And that's
Wow.
why we wanted to bring Ernest in here, because he had worked with the comptroller before. He's worked with other stuff before, and it's an independent view of it, so they can't say we're
Right.
biased.
No, I agree. I have a lot of faith and trust in Ernest, so I think this is excellent. Okay, all those in favor, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Okay, great. At least you can go on, and I know you'll start working right away.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have Tyner reach out to you, Ernest, on the taxes and the budget stuff. That's going to be, I'll let him reach out to all the commissioners. They might want to meet with you one-on-one. We'll do a collective, that kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to gavel us out right now at 12:49. We'll take a small recess.
Executive sessions.
Oh, you want us to go into executive session?
I'd rather go to executive sessions, yeah, and work.
Well, I don't know if our lawyers, is everybody here?
Well, for some of them, we could do what we can do,
Okay, let me take a,
if that's okay. I mean, I'd rather keep
as
working.
long as everybody's here, I don't want to go back there and wait.
But we can eat, we can discuss over whatever we can.
We can just do the ones that are
Oh,
available.
yeah,
to
we've
be done.
got people here.
We got a bunch.
Yeah. Okay. Then in that case, let me go ahead and call for executive session at this time and go ahead and read the required statements. A Commissioners Court may go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed in the agenda when authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. In the event we go into the executive session regarding an agenda item, the section of the, or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorized will be publicly announced. I do so at this time. I announce that in accordance with the Government Code 551, 071, 072, 73, 74, 745, 76, 086, and 087, the Commissioners Court decides to go into executive session to consult with our attorney, including matters related to litigation, deliberating real property, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development, and other matters that may be discussed. Upon our completion of executive session, we will come back and resume Commissioners' Court, come into open session, take any action as deemed necessary or appropriate on items discussed in executive session. And now it's no longer 12:49. Clerk, Madam Clerk, it's 12:50, and we'll be back. Turning all mics back on at 4:11. And if you will recall, of course, we're out of executive session. We took it completely out of order today. And I'm going to return us back to the regular agenda, and we last left off at item number 14, which is to discuss and consider authorizing the county judge and staff to initiate options and plans to construct and/or relocate the facilities of Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office. And this was an agenda item that I put on because, as I had mentioned so many times, the capital improvement plan has a great way of bringing to the forefront problems that we have that are, more immediate than others. I mean, it's going to do a good job of identifying all our infrastructure needs, but when we had our executive summary with LAN, I guess maybe a week or so ago, there was a real urgency to take a look at our medical examiner's office sooner rather than later. And because we're going into budget cycle, it's my opinion that we really should discuss this as a court as to, okay, you really don't know what something like that would cost. It's a very special design facility because of the medical nature of it, but it's not like a hospital in that you don't need OR rooms, but you need special equipment, special laboratories. The design would be very unique. And I've been working with the hospital district quite a bit, and I thought that this would be a perfect time, since they have an upcoming meeting, at least as I think it's scheduled for July 16th, that if you all thought or saw fit, I could bring it up with them, and we could start engaging in real discussions about making that a number one priority for both our entities, to be able to engage in a design, bid, build type of scenario. And then once we got a function of, okay, this is what the building would look like, this is what it costs, then we could go out and really start finding a funding source through our financial advisors to give us some options. I see both external options on a loan, I see internal options, of course, through budget, and there's going to be opportunities to discuss how we fund, but we're in a big question mark right now. And I think that we've got to get a hold of what this building would look like, where it might be best situated, and we're in a unique position because so many times you build things you don't know what you need. This is the opposite. We know exactly what we need. It doesn't change, except for that I would encourage that a toxicology lab be included this time around. Our medical examiner's office currently does not have a toxicology lab, and as a result, our toxicology goes outside, and that has a cost to it. As you know, we help many counties in their autopsies. By having a lab in-house, we could also recoup the revenue from that work as well. So I just wanted to bring that up for discussion. It's an aged building. It has infrastructure problems. I don't want to use hyperbole, but we have gotten some serious calls in our office from personnel who cannot work there because the HVAC system is not providing a work environment that anybody could tolerate or work in. And so between the odor and the failing infrastructure, the lack of a toxicology, its age, and the fact that the engineers believe that it's at critical structure point for failure, I think that this is something that needs to rise to the top. And again, I don't see that exploring a design bid build would cost that much. So my wish was for you to direct me to work with Michael in purchasing and procurement, and that we work together to bring you in the next 30 days a plan that could procure a design bid build, or design build, whatever Michael thinks is appropriate on procurement. But we have to know before budget what it is that something, what it would look like. And by the way, there are many, many things that are wants, including the elevators. I want those elevators to work, but I can use my feet, too, and we can maneuver and massage them and make them work most days. But a medical examiner's office is tied to the criminal justice system in our county, and we cannot do without it. And the mass fatality that we had last month really shone a big light for me on their service, and we're sorely lacking there. So I leave that for your thought, and ask for your discussion at this time.
I don't think it ever hurts to look and get a price.
Yeah, I think, Michael, do you mind me putting you on the spot? I didn't really discuss this with you, but I mean, again, in order to know what options are out there, I have to know what I'd be asking for.
Right, and we had some preliminary discussions with the medical examiner's office. I want to say either shortly after you arrived or just before you arrived.
I think that's correct.
And there were some really good ideas that came out of that discussion. We would want to investigate and make sure we give you other options besides
Absolutely.
the bid build, so that we can make the best choice for the county. Some options give the county a little more control over the outcome, and I just want to make sure you would be aware of all the different ones before we select the one.
I would be so open to all of them. I only use that phraseology because it's the one I like the most, but I welcome it, Michael. I just know that if we start later, then we're going to be mad at ourselves because it's not in the budget cycle.
Well, I would see that as a one-stop shop. I mean, we've got to have everything there. So if you're going to do it, you got to do it with everything that they need. Whether it be with walk-in coolers and, there'd be the lab to do the lab and everything. I think that, that might be a little more expense, but in the long run, you probably save some money. And I just want to mention real quick, Judge, I want to thank Mr. Juan Pimentel and the PAC, and I communicated with them during the weekend, about this issue that was going on, and appreciate them picking up the phone in the weekends, and in little text, and I think we sent you a copy also through Maggie of some of the things that were going on over at the medical examiner. And I mentioned to Mr. Juan Pimentel that, hey, we need to get on this now, and he did, and I really appreciate that. Juan, thank you for, I know you were off, and the POC was off too, but thank you for responding to the calls.
Michael, I'd like to also throw in while you're looking any kind of lease options too. I don't. First of all, I don't know where we're going to build a building other than, I guess, knocking down where we're at or whatever. But maybe that would be something we could. There's got to be buildings out there that people would love to make us a good deal on for a good credit tenant like we are. So I'd really like to look into that too. I mean, it's it worked pretty well with when Commissioner Matas and I worked on changing that JP office.
Right.
We had to sign a long-term lease, but we got a pretty good rate and a pretty good deal. It was more than where we were, but we had the same situation. We had people that were not in good work.
I think we need to be open to looking at all different solutions to this
I
problem.
agree.
Because I don't know where, and then bring me back how we're going to pay for it, because I don't know what the suggestion is going to be on that, other than.
Well, and there are third parties that's why we have a public policy. You'll remember we passed that, I think, maybe month 1 or 2 of me being here. Public policy, P3s are amazing opportunities for other people to build structures just like this, 100%. They put up 100% of the money. You can still be involved, of course, with the design and, with the cost, but they build it for you. And why would they do that? Because they want the long-term investment and the lease payment over, let's say, 20 to 30 years. This is the model that I most likely see the county participating in. It's the one that we could afford, most likely, but I want to see everything, because you can't make a good decision unless you say, okay, you can own it and build it, and it'll cost you X if you finance it, or they can build it and finance it, and you pay them back over long term, but at a lower interest rate. These are some of the models that are out there, and there's not one, there's probably a good handful in one hand. And that's really what I wanted. I certainly didn't want to waste, honestly, time. We have so many big ideas on the big board, but this one is really critical, and I wanted all of us to have buy-in, because Michael's going to put in some hours on this, but it's really needed.
And, you know, the other thing we might want to look at too is, as one of the options is that, you know, we're a PACE county, and that PACE program, I don't know, but I don't know if resurrecting the building that we have with that PACE might work, because you can get significant loans on that PACE program.
Correct.
That you might be able to take the building we're in, and resurrect it, and use those PACE dollars in that PACE program. So put that on the board too, because again, I just don't know how we're going to come up with the money to build something new, and I don't know where you're going to find the location to build it either, because you got to buy land and, you know, do all those kind of things. So leasing, PACE, you know, those kind of things, just throw those all into the table and tell me how we're going to pay for it.
Absolutely, Michael. And also, I'm going to invite you to join me with the hospital district, to invite them for a discussion on this. The truth is that they've already had all of these discussions, where they would build it, how they would build it, how they would get paid for. They are way ahead of us. What I'm saying is that we need to join that effort.
Oh, well, no, okay, I didn't know that was going on.
Yeah, and that happened, I think, a year ago. But,
Like I said, we had some conversations, and they did go over a lot of the toxicology, having that wing and designing a facility that was going to carry them decades into the future, instead of just, you know, trying to rebuild what we
right,
currently
a
have.
Band-Aid is going to cost this county a lot of money. And, but again, this is going to be a cooperative financial advisor, you know, Michael, my office, hospital district, and hopefully all of you. But we're at the critical point.
That's, I'm gonna say it.
Does that sound good? Could I get a motion in that case to, let me see the way it's written, as styled, the motion would be to authorize the county judge and staff, which means I'm going to state that it's Michael, and to the extent we need to bring in Dale and Lauda, of course, staff means everybody, to initiate options and plans to construct the facilities of a Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office
Can we do it
and the hospital.
about construct? How about, can we make that a little less definitive and make it
Well, we could.
look at all options or something? Construct, lease,
That's what it says.
pay,
It
I mean,
says
just
to
something.
initiate options and plans.
Options.
To,
Panic, we're gonna look at everything.
I know,
Look at all options.
construct makes me.
Oh, ye of little faith.
It does say and/or relocate.
I move.
Hey, the truth is, the hospital district already has a full plan. Does that make you feel better? I'm just trying to get us going over there.
Yeah, are they gonna pay for it?
They've got a full plan.
We might.
Can't tell us. That would be so great.
They've got a full plan. I think
Shorten the
you're really gonna like it if we can get over there and really start having some good discussions about it.
Okay.
Board members.
Plans to construct, relocate, lease, or any other
I
option.
mean, I'm fine with just initiate options to talk about a new facility.
That'll work, that'll work.
Okay, I'm fine with that. To initiate options
Second.
towards a new facility. And I've got all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. And
Who made the motions? They need to know for the.
The motion.
Who
Gonzalez and then Vaughn, maybe in a second? Okay, and then the last item on our regular agenda, it will be number 15.
Yes.
And Lauda,
This is basically an engagement letter, or an engagement letter for legal services with Lynn Butler and Associates of Hush Blackwell LLP for the purposes of consulting, as a consultant related to foreign trade zones. It's my understanding that the county has been approached, or at least the county judge had been approached about the support of establishing a foreign trade zones. Obviously, in looking at historically, we have never looked at this type, establishing any or supporting any zones such as foreign trade zones. And really, we're not geared towards having that specialty. So I did hire this Lynn Butler and this law firm, and they have given us a price or a fee of a government fee. So the person that, within his office, the associate, another lawyer whose name is Sandy Gomez, will be handling this situation with us. And basically, there will be some training, and obviously, so that there'll be some ability for all of you to make that decision when the time comes, if in fact they do come before the court and request that. So I'm asking that you approve this agreement.
What's the fee?
I'm sorry?
What's the fee?
The fee is basically $450 for her on an hourly basis. And any of the other associates, there's also going to be like a 15% reduction in their fees, so.
And we've never done this before. Is there a reason that we're wanting to do it now?
No, let me back up and explain. Basically, private companies come to the county and U.S. Customs, and typically a seaport. In this case, the Port of Corpus Christi is established, I think, foreign trade zone, is it 122? 22, I can't remember what our number is. And they're very effective, but again, they're tools to attract business, like other economic development tools. And in this case, this particular company that has contacted our office that wants us to acquiesce to it, they were not a foreign trade zone, and they want to change into one. They want to have their products now be designated, which would mean they would have a break on the ad valorem tax. And I think that it's really important that the county know a little bit more about, well, let me just say, they want to bring their expert. They hired an expert, and they want to come and play advocate so that we do this. And we need to have a little representation on our side who's an expert. It's my understanding, I've never met Ms. Gomez, but it's my understanding from her CV, her curriculum vitae, that she represents the Port of Houston on these matters. She's an expert. She'll be able to say, yes, it's good for us, and they qualify, or no, they don't qualify, and, that's not a good decision. So it's really a very limited engagement, and I hate to say this, but I hope she teaches our staff, and then once we know all about that law and that expertise, and it's something good. But as the Port of Corpus Christi grows, people are going to want to avail themselves of any tax break they can get. I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay if it's a change of status in midstream. In other words, they didn't come here and get it. They've been here, and now they want to change and come into it, and we need to be ready to know if that's the good thing or not. And the only way to do that is to get an expert.
Okay, is there?
And it means a lot of dollars ad valorem to our county. So it's we can't be wrong on it.
What I'm saying, is that $450 an hour? How many, what's the limit? How many hours or what?
It just depends. It depends how long this will take. We are scheduled to have a meeting with the company, and obviously at that time, then she'll consult with us. And it's limited. It's not going to be that long. I would say, I don't know, 20 hours or something like that. I mean, it's a short.
I mean, look, all the companies want you to say yes, okay? And it would be easy just to say sure and just sign on the dotted line. When I asked Tyner about how we've done this before,
That's how it's been.
that's how it's been done. And what I'm saying is that's a terrible way to do it because you don't have an understanding of what you've just given away. And as we fight for every dollar in this county, again, if they're entitled to it, I'm happy to sign. But if it's not the case, and they're just asking us to do it, and we're blindly going into it, that's terrible a business decision. And I think it'll set a precedent that will set off firecrackers down the row for anybody who wasn't in a foreign trade zone to be able to be in one. And again, it takes their value. You're allowed about 145 days. These are laydown yards, Commissioner, where they have major equipment and pieces of equipment.
Where they use the yards for.
Yeah, and then what happens is if they get, and they're supposed to move them, right? But what happens is if they don't move them in time, the chief appraiser says, I'm going to appraise you, you're going to get charged, you're going to get taxed for that.
This is gonna be just to
Very limited.
educate us of what.
Pretty much, and
So,
also
not
give advice. Give advice in the proposal itself.
And she'll sit in the meeting with their expert, who I'm not sure is a lawyer or not, but I imagine she is.
Right.
The company will bring their lawyers as well.
We need to do something. I mean, we have one park right there off of
Yeah.
I-69, there just south of Robstown. And, I mean, it's great to have designation that people want to build a business, but when it cuts into what we're bringing in, that kind of hurts us in the long run. But, yeah, we definitely need that kind of support to help ensure that if we get any future requests, we know what we're really getting into.
And I wouldn't have done it except for we've got one right now, and I don't want to delay it anymore, but,
I'll move.
you know, Lauda, now that I think about it, she probably should look at that one too, you know? Okay, and there's a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And just for the clerk, Ms. Vaughn had to leave to her health fair, so if you'll note that. Number 18, that the county attorney has advised the court that the paperwork is not ready in its form, and so I would like a motion to table until July 24th. Is that acceptable? And can I get a motion?
Second.
And a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, Maria, let's see, that took us, not that long, Maria, about 8 hours. Come on up.
It's okay, thank you. So normally this would have been a consent agenda item. It is a ratification of a grant award, but we did want to highlight, this is not our first, not our second, this is our 7th grant award from the Texas Veterans Commission for the county's Fund for Veterans Assistance Program. If y'all want to come up.
Hey, Martin, come on up and
So this
take a
pro-
bow.
Congratulations.
It's great.
We're excited, despite the extensive paperwork that goes into this program and reporting requirements. This is actually my favorite grant, but it couldn't be possible without the passion and the hard work and dedication from Rebecca and her staff and Martin and Stephanie. I mean, they're amazing. And then I do have a short 3-minute video that I do want to show you. After we submit the application, we are offered a chance to go up to Austin to do a 3-minute presentation for our grant application to kind of, champion our project. The first year, Toby Cross was our Veteran Services Officer at this time, and Rebecca went up there, and they did a great job. But the next year, Sal came up with this great idea of doing a video presentation, and I really feel that this is why we have been so successful in our applications. They're great videos. So Sal, I give him all the credit for it. I mean, we have kind of little input, and he runs with it. He produces it. It's amazing. So if I can, I'll show this video for you.
Okay, is this to go try to get the grant, or you already got the grant?
We got the grant, so this is a 2-part item. The agenda item is to ratify the grant award because we did get another grant award for $150,000. It was effective, the program started July 1st. Yeah.
So for this
Same as-
discussion, we'll take a motion to ratify
So moved.
and a second.
Second.
And now we'll take the video under discussion.
Nueces County, Texas, veteran country. Approximately 27,500 of our populace, along with their families, are veterans. Since 2014, Nueces County has been consistently awarded grant funds for veterans assistance, and with those grants, we've been able to continue our success at preventing homelessness and despair in our veterans, their families, and survivors by helping with food, transportation, utility, and rent or mortgage payments. Our goals have been to create a long-lasting effect on veterans to be self-sufficient, to help them rise above their hardships, and we continue to do just that.
Well, I was in a situation where I couldn't pay my rent, and I was looking at being homeless again. I had a lot of pressure at the time, trying to just survive. And I heard about the organization. Somebody phoned me from down and apply, and I did.
also allows Nueces County to supply bus passes to veterans who are looking for work or need to get back and forth to medical appointments. We are also able to keep our food and hygiene pantry stocked to ensure veterans and their families will not go without. These funds help make certain that those who have served their country do not struggle for their basic needs.
I like spam.
Everything I had saved to have a little bit of an easier life is gone. I don't want to be in the street. Coming and asking for help is not the greatest way to do it, but right now it's my only salvation.
By approving our current grant application, Nueces County can continue to be successful getting veterans like these back on their feet. Our Veterans Grant Program has become a crucial part of our function to help veterans and their families in their time of need. We've also begun to assist with burial costs, alleviating some of the financial burdens and worries of the surviving family of a Nueces County veteran. From World War II to current conflicts around the world, more and more veterans are calling Nueces County their home because we honor them and care about them. Our Veterans Assistance Grant Program is one of the most important safety nets for Nueces County veterans, and most assuredly a program which the veterans come out very close.
Very good, Sal.
Really great job. Well, thanks, guys, for just, we can't say it enough, just everything you do, but I'm sure you also feel the way we do. You give the information, but someone has to fill out that grant and shepherd it through and make sure there's no mistakes, and then get to give, the good results to us. So I'm sure you want to acknowledge Maria and her staff, and it's kind of a ditto right back at you, Rebecca and Stephanie.
I want to also thank Dale and Anna in his office. They're also instrumental in getting these reports. We do monthly reporting on this grant, so it takes a lot of paperwork and background information. So it's a great this is why it's one of my favorite projects, is because it's a great collaboration among several county departments, and we can work together.
We can pass the word out now to everybody that you got money?
You can
We can pass the word out that you got money?
Oh, here comes it to correct the record.
The words have already been out in the street, Commissioner. Everybody knows who got money.
Yeah, some that don't hear about it, but that's all I can tell them.
Well, and I was thinking, Martin, I was at the RTA building this morning on another matter early this morning, and this morning, if you were in court, we had a recognition of two of our judges and their courts, centers of excellence, and I said to Michael, hey, let's get some lettering down there. And the truth is that even though you're in a different building, I think it would be great to have something, some wall that we dedicate to all the great designations that we have, including, we should say something about our veterans. It's a big acknowledgement that we keep getting these, awards from the Texas Veterans Commission. So maybe we'll work with Michael and have one space where every time we do something great, we get recognized at the state level, we can acknowledge it here, because there's 10,000 people that come through here what did they say? Did they say every month? That was reported this morning.
Was that this morning?
Yes.
I'm not even joking.
It was.
I'm not even joking.
It was.
It felt like
It
last
was.
week.
I thought today was
Hey,
Thursday.
I'm gonna have to tell you boys something. Women, we work all day long.
Oh, whatever.
We don't stop. We go home. We cook.
Oh, my
we change.
God. Here we go.
No, but
Here
is
we
it not true? Hey, this is
You don't
early
think we
for
work
me.
all day long?
This
I
is
tell you.
early. Okay, guys. Listen, thank you.
Quickly, the Texas Veterans Commission, although the grant did start on July 1st, the Texas Veterans Commission does want to come to Nueces County. We are only one of two organizations in South Texas that received the grant, I believe, and it was Nueces County and Salvation Army. So they do want to do one of the big check presentations, and I believe they want to do that at the beginning of August. So we'll be working with y'all's offices to see who will be available and for
And
that
maybe you can
press
help
event.
me. You know what I'm saying, right? Just like a designation, so the people, when they walk in here, they go, wow, we're a,
You can put the big check on the wall.
Yeah. Well,
They'll-
just
they'll present us with a big
We have the
check.
designation.
No, I don't think you would.
Well, that we have a designation, that we're one of only two counties, or
It's a recognition wall.
so. Okay, guys, thanks so much. Thanks for waiting and coming back
guys.
over. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Michael, it's your turn.
You need to vote.
Okay, if all those in favor of the ratification, we had a motion and a second before the video. All signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, Michael, Commissioner Vaughn did have to go. She asked that if I would make a motion to table number one.
Sure.
Can I have a second on that
Second.
request? And all those in favor of yielding to Commissioner Vaughn on this signify by saying aye. Aye.
Tabling, is that what you're asking?
Tabling?
Yes.
She asked me to.
Yes.
Okay, and now we're going to go to the asphalt, road material, flexible base, and limestone rock.
Okay, on 4C2, I've spoken with the county engineer, and he'd like to table this item as well.
On all three?
No, just on 4C2.
Okay. All right, that's table two. I'll make the motion to table. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Will he be bringing it back next time?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Table 3?
How about the flexible base?
On 4C3, we opened, this is for the contract to furnish the county with 20,000 tons of flexible base type A grade 1 for a term of 12 months with the option to renew in 12-month increments, not to exceed 2 additional years. We opened bids on July 2nd. We received one bid from Vulcan Materials LLC, and the county engineer recommends award to Vulcan Materials in the unit bid price amount of $25 per ton. And the estimated quantity is 20,000 tons, which would come out to 500,000 over the term of the contract. And so we recommend award to Vulcan Materials.
In our funding source. Yes. Okay, well then, could I get a motion?
Okay,
So moved.
so move for a second.
And
But it's in the funds until the end of the budget year, or is it for a whole year, starting now?
This is for a one-year contract. So it will continue through next year, yes, until this time next year. Okay.
okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, and now the limestone rock.
Okay, on this one, this is for the LRA base type A grade 2. This is for 40,000 tons of aggregate type B grade 4. It's same term. We did open bids. We received one bid. We discussed with the county engineer, and he's recommending that we reject all bids at this time.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. And so we're
And
going
I'll
to come
comment
back.
on that one. We probably won't be coming back on to request to go out for bids on that. We found actually a source on Texas Smart Buy, which meets the competitive bidding requirements, and it meets the specifications as needed by Public Works. And we'll come back with that item on a later date.
That sounds,
Before you go, Mike, I'd like to, one more question. How we do with the bids for the Bishop building? If you're gonna put it on Public Works, we need to call Public Works.
Yes, I've been in discussions with Public Works. We're waiting on some answers back from the architects.
You know, we've been doing this for about almost, 3 weeks? Going back and forth?
The last letter was sent out on July 26th, and we're waiting. June 26th, thank you.
Edward, did we get a hold of Bert or no?
And I believe I've spoken with Juan earlier today, and he indicated that Bert was expecting to get some word back from the engineers today.
I'd like to get this thing done by next week, okay?
Which one are you talking about?
Which is building in Bishop.
is it an
Thank you.
architectural?
We have to receive the answers back. They had already provided drawings, and we've done our review, and we've given them our initial set of questions, and then we're waiting for those responses, and when we get those, then we can add that into a finalized product that we can take and put out for bid.
Thank you.
So we're real close, Commissioner.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. We've got a last budget change order from the auditor's office, and it's under D1 in your notebooks.
I'll try to go through this very quickly. This routine, as we get closer to the year end, we'll get more and more of these that we have. The largest ones that you'll see on the first page is for the juvenile probation office and the district attorney's office. Mostly has to do with our salary positions. For the juvenile probation officer, they had a lot of vacancies in their detention side, and they needed to use one of their officers for taking one of the juveniles to either a doctor's appointment or another office, and it required overtime, that requirement for it, as well as other vacancies they have, so we're moving funds for that. The DA's, their office is trying to have several FMLAs at the moment, so they're bringing in some temporary services for that. The rest of the ones on the first page, the second page are routine, where they're doing additional training and other costs that they're trying to move some cost around. On the third page, we have our coastal parks. A lot of their equipment, as they've been saying, is getting old in age, and as it gets older in age, it gets more expensive to repair. So they need to move some cost to cover the repair of the equipment they have. All the funds are available for these transfers. We've gone over the request and submit this for your approval.
Motion to accept?
I'll need a second.
Sure.
Is there any discussion? You just frustrated or?
No, I'm just ready to go.
You rubbed him wrong about that comment about.
What kind of
I
material?
gotta go and cook dinner, Judge.
No, I just wanna make
Sorry?
you're not upset with the change
What kind of material is this? I mean, what kind of equipment is this?
equipment, Dale?
A lot of their older equipment, a lot of their front end movers, their front loaders that they move the sand and stuff around is getting old. A lot of it getting once it gets old like that, it gets hard to repair and it's very expensive to repair. A lot of the CAT equipment they have that need for repair is.
Get rid of some, get some, or?
Well, that's what they're working on. They got some proposal to probably do some leases and possibly try to replace some of the equipment as well as some of the other offices are and some of their vehicles that may be part of a lease we've been talking about that may be covering, but a lot of times when we get our older fleet, the repair costs are getting expensive nowadays. It costs $4,000 to $5,000 to replace
I know, I agree. I say we need to lease, but I mean, is that budget, where is that budget coming from?
That's coming out of coastal parks, that's 180,
180?
yes. They have the funds for that particular cost.
Is it fair to say that all the budget orders found a way to create their funding source within their own department?
That's correct.
All right, in that case, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, we are done with that. Laura, did you need us to make any statement at all regarding the executive session? I don't really believe there was any action taken
No.
across the board, but, okay. In that case, I'm going to call for adjournments in memory of Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, I have two, unfortunately from the same family, and I'm going to let you do another one I know that you have, but John Thomas Wright IV and Juliana Wright Carr, both from Corpus Christi, grew up here, were living in Katy, Texas, but their family still resides here. The parents, I didn't know John Thomas Wright IV, but I did know Juliana Wright Carr, and haven't unfortunately kept in touch with her as much as I should have over the years, but she was a wonderful person and left behind a husband and children, and certainly want to offer the condolences to the Wright family for their loss. Yes, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
One is Josephine Rivas passed away on July the 8th, 2019. Mrs. Rivas is from San Antonio, Texas, and she is the mother of Josie Haro, who worked for Commissioner Precinct 4 for several years. Condolences and our prayers goes to the family. Also, Ricardo Jimenez, brother-in-law of County Attorney Laura Jimenez, passed away on July 7th, 2019. Visitation will be on Thursday, July the 11th, at Seaside Funeral Home Chapel from 6 to 9. And funeral mass will be on Friday, on July the 12th, at St. Pius Catholic Church. I don't know what time that's going to be. Do you know the time?
I think it's at 10 o'clock, but I'm not quite sure. But it is on Friday morning.
Friday morning. Okay, and condolences and prayers go to your family and your husband's family, and just, we pray for you, okay? We keep her in our prayers. Also, my last one here will be Willie Cepeda, Guillermo, but they call him Willie Cepeda. Willie kind of went to school with me back in Miller High School. He was about a year ahead of me. And he passed away on June 28th, 2019, after a brief illness. He was born on July 26, 1943, in Corpus Christi to Salvador and Maria Cepeda. He was the twin brother of Johnny Cepeda, and they never looked like twins, but they were twins. He loved to dance, and also liked to play golf and dominoes. He will be missed by his family, and our prayers and condolences go out to the family. Visitation will be held on 5 p.m. until 9 a.m. on Friday, July the 12th, with a rosary to follow at the Corpus Christi Funeral Home on Baldwin Street. Our prayers and condolences to the Cepeda family.
Okay, Commissioner Miles? Okay.
Judge, before you finish,
Yes.
just,
we
I
forgot-
guess you're gonna table the other two items, selection.
Right, so I was asking if we needed action. Okay, there were two items that were called for action items on executive session, and at this time, we do need to do a continuation, and so I'm going to ask that we table the actual action. That would be on letter number I and J for the clerk, I and J.
Motion
Could I
to
have a
table.
motion and a second, please?
Second.
And all those in favor of tabling I, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed, same sign. And then J as well.
Are you gonna you want a date specific, Judge?
Yes, July 24th.
You're doing these are action items, and that's why you're tabling them.
Which two?
We don't need any action on those, as I understand it, but these we do,
Just information.
because we're going to continue it. And we just didn't we ran out of time. So Jay, I need a motion also to table J, and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, so that's good. So we've now concluded in its entirety the big agenda. And I have a very sad story, tragedy. Gavin Dean McFarland, he passed away on June 23rd, and he was only 16 years old. He lived most of his life in Sinton and went to school at Sinton High School, and he was incredibly a well-liked individual there, very, very active in all the different student activities. He was actually going to start industrial instrumentation at Del Mar College, as I understand it, and he was a member of the track and football, 4-H, FFA, and of course, he has his parents that survive him, a sister, his grandparents, and on both sides, paternal and maternal. And the funeral has already happened, but it dawned on Maggie that he was a very good friend of Margaret Mead's daughter, Sarah, and we wanted to express our condolences to all our friends in San Pat County who are mourning the loss of this terrible, terrible tragedy. He was shot and killed, and it was a road rage incident. And we just need to be mindful that these are just terrible stories and a life taken way, way too soon. But the fact that we actually had a connection to him through Margaret, we express our condolences to all that loved and knew him. And then I'm going to end on another really sad one. I already have goosebumps here. Right before the holiday, I was notified that a dear friend of mine, on her way out of the country, she had just finished a beautiful wedding with her family, a family friend, and she collapsed and had an aneurysm and passed away just the day before yesterday. But her name was Alka Ahuja. And Alka, if any of you went to the Go Red Luncheon, there was no way to miss her because she was the chairwoman. And the Ahuja family is incredibly active in our community, giving so much of their philanthropy to the Ronald McDonald House, to the American Heart Association, Cattle Barons Ball. Oh my goodness, I mean, the list just goes on and on. They are just really, really active in their temple, in the Indian festival. I learned so much about their beautiful, beautiful Hindu and Indian culture from the Ahujas. And I'm personally devastated. She had 3 children and a very loving husband, Rajan. Her funeral is Saturday morning. And I ask that you keep them in their prayers, as this was an incredibly unexpected and sudden death. And we just lift all of them up, and a truly beautiful, beautiful woman, inside and out, will be sorely missed. Miss Alka Ahuja. And with that, I'm going to close us out at 4:56 PM, a world's record, and a very good day, and I thank all of you.